Chapter 212. Lu Qiantang laughed so hard that a large pool of blood appeared. He said intermittently, "I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Why should I risk my life for a brat like you? You're just relying on the fact that someone killed your father. What's so great about that? If you have the ability, then go and conquer the world yourself. Only then will I be convinced." Xu Xiong turned around in shock, afraid that His Highness the Heir Apparent would do something extreme in his anger. However, it seemed that Su Fengnian did not mind at all. Once again, he gently poured wine for Lu Qiantang, who had a loose mouth. The latter swallowed the wine along with the blood. Looking into the distance, he seemed to have exhausted his energy. He said softly, "Along the way, in the rain, I have seen the old god of swords of a small Taoist temple with 2 swords, the horse trampling over the Qingyang Palace, and on the river I have seen the sword immortal breaking the river. Today, in the Battle of the Reeds, Lu Qiantang used the sword in his hand to break the fire armor. Before he died, His Royal Highness personally poured wine for him. That's enough." Lu Qiantang lowered his head to look at the giant sword. He closed his eyes and muttered, "But this scarlet cloud sword, I haven't touched it enough." Big Sword LV Qiantang, who had a peaceful face, was now dead. Su Fengnian put the wine pot on the scarlet cloud sword. He stood up and said calmly, "Yang Qingfeng, cremate Lu Qiantang and put his ashes in the urn." Yang Qingfeng stopped snapping the reed and bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, sir." For some reason, the princess consort of Jinggan Pei Nanwei did not linger on the official road. Instead, she jogged after Su Fengnian and arrived at the reed marsh. When she saw this scene with her own eyes, she bit her lip with a complicated expression. When Su Fengnian and Wei Shuyang turned back and were about to ask for some details, they felt the qi in their bodies condense. Just as they were about to draw out the embroidered winter saber, they were stabbed in the chest and fell into the water like a kite with a broken string. Wei Shuyang had no time to block the attack. Pei Nanwei was baffled. She didn't know if she should be happy or disappointed. The heir of Bailiang, who wasn't an idiot, had died just like that? She saw the assassin's appearance. It was the culprit who had single-handedly killed the farmer, who treated 100 valiant cavalry as if they were nothing. She, who looked as delicate and pretty as a girl next door, did not retreat after her successful attack. Instead, she stood where she was and wrinkled her nose, as if she was very dissatisfied. Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng blocked the enemy while Wei Shuyang went to rescue the others. They were all busy. After Princess Pei came back to her senses, she wondered if this girl was not one of Bailiang's men of sacrifice. Instead, he was here to assassinate His Royal Highness? Then why did she want to kill that incomparably valiant farmer? Before the ripples had even subsided, another ripple appeared. Su Fengnian, who had fallen into the water, came out with 2 swords in his hands. Wei Shuyang's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, relaxed a little. Logically speaking, the assassin's attack was so fierce and terrifying that even he wouldn't be able to block it, let alone Her Highness. Su Fengnian clenched his teeth, but he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. He looked directly at the assassin who had made a strange move and asked in a low voice, "Since you wanted to kill me, why did you stop Wang Mingyin on the official road?" The girl laughed and rushed forward like a ghost, brushing past Xu Xiu, Yang Qingfeng and Wei Shuyang. 2 of her fingers tapped on Su Fengnian's embroidered winter spring thunder, and then she stepped on Su Fengnian's chest, sending him back into the water. Wei Shuyang and the others could clearly see His Royal Highness spit out a mouthful of thick blood. Just as Wei Shuyang was about to make a move, a strange black and white cat scuttled out from the reeds. Xu Xiu's palm struck against the cat's head, but not only did she fail to block its ferocious momentum, she was also sent flying by a single slap. Yang Qingfeng was also struck by a single palm. They had fought a life-and-death battle with the red-armored talisman general, and were basically spent arrows at the end of their flight. However, they were still easily beaten back by a beast. It was truly unexpected. Wei Shuyang, who was worried about His Royal Highness's life, roared angrily, "Evil creature!" The girl laughed expressionlessly. She and her pet attacked old Daoist me from the front and back. Her hand chopped down on Wei Shuyang's neck, directly slamming the old Daoist priest into the mud. Afterwards, she ignored Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng, who were still barely able to stand. She only gazed towards the ripples on the surface of the water. Su Fingnian emerged from the water for the third time. The assassin girl with the large cat pet finally opened her mouth to speak. The first stab was because you had the Qilin silk armor protecting your body, so you didn't die. However, when I stepped on your chest, where I tore open your precious armor, you should have died. The red mark between the pale Su Fingnian's eyebrows turned a faint purple. He narrowed his eyes and didn't make a sound. The girl let out an ah sound, and then suddenly said, "Looks like you really did obtain Wang Zhongluo's great yellow hall. Don't worry, I don't believe that you really won't die. You're still far from the realm of the 9 floors." Su Fingnian clenched his teeth and asked, "Hee miss, do you have a grudge against me?" "No grudge. However, someone offered 1,000 taels of gold to buy your life. I've always followed the rules when doing business. Since I've taken the money, I have to personally take your life. Besides, if you were killed by that Wang Mingyin, I still have to return 500 taels of gold." Since she could appear behind a peerless expert like Wang Mingyin without anyone noticing, she naturally could slap His Royal Highness's temple as she spoke. Poor Su Fingnian's head shook and flew to the side, rolling over a large patch of reeds. Su Fingnian was already bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he still used his saber to support himself and stood up. "Heh, your life is indeed worth 1,000 taels of gold. When I do business, I've always taken half of the deposit first. Whether or not I make a move depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll take the other half of the deposit and start killing people. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll kill the person who paid me the deposit. That's why I haven't made many business deals in the past few years. The one in Xiangfan City has quite the guts. Since I'm in a good mood, I promised him that after killing you, I'll kill a woman called Pei Nanwei." "Is that her?" No matter what she said, she always put on a delicate and graceful face. Even when she chuckled, it was extremely stiff. By the time she finished speaking, Su Fingnian had already been knocked down by her once again. She did not use any moves and was never sloppy. She always used one move to get the desired effect. Princess Jing'an looked distressed. The girl walked slowly towards His Royal Highness, who was kneeling on one knee. She said softly, "Su Fingnian, are you waiting for the secret death warriors of Bailiang Palace? Let me tell you, there's none left." Su Fingnian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled coldly. "I'm not waiting. It's better to rely on myself than on anyone else." After standing up, Su Fingnian held the winter-embroidered saber in his right hand, spring thunder in his left hand. His posture was extremely strange. The girl's expression turned solemn for the first time. Sword 1. A sword moving like a dragon and snake. Sword 2. 2 swords resonated with each other. Sword 3. The sword energy on the sword weighed 3 caddies. Until Sword 8. Sword 9's sword traveled 6,000 miles. Who in the world was more proficient than Su Fingnian in studying Sword 9's 9 swords? Especially Sword 9. Facing certain death, he used his dual sabers as swords. The reeds were filled with awe-inspiring sword will. Especially Sword 9, who was supported by the surging great yellow court at the end. His dual sabers faintly emitted a bright yellow sword energy. The girl blocked Sword 1 to Sword 8, which were 70 to 80% similar in form, but only 40 to 50% similar in spirit. It was not strenuous at all. Only Sword 9, whose form was only 20 or 30% similar in spirit, finally disappeared and retreated. The old god of swords, Li Chungang, hurried over on the reeds. When he saw the last sword, he stood on top of the reeds like an immortal. He clicked his tongue and praised, "One sword to achieve the great path. No matter how many techniques you use, they're all useless." Chapter 213. Su Fingnian stood by the lake in a daze, still maintaining the strange posture of holding spring thunder, while embroidering winter. The old god of swords did not make a sound. After confirming that the young assassin had retreated far away, he floated down from the reeds. In martial arts cultivation, most people progress step by step, accumulating strength before achieving success. Even if one were to sail against the current, one would fall behind if one did not advance. Li Chungang himself was an example. After reaching the peak of his swordsmanship, he encountered a series of twists and turns, causing his mind to be unstable. Not only did he cross that threshold, but he also fell into the mortal world, becoming further and further away from the realm of earth immortals. However, there were some geniuses who were able to improve by leaps and bounds due to great opportunities. 100 years ago, there was Qi Xianzhu, followed by the new heavenly phenomenon Wudong sect leader, and the female Dharma king of Mount Lantua. Most of these prodigies sought an illusory and unparalleled heavenly Tao. If they could grasp it, they would become a dragon. If they could not grasp it, they would remain nameless for the rest of their lives and could not be judged by common sense. Geniuses who were slightly inferior, such as Wu Luding, used battle to nurture battle and nurture their realm. His Royal Highness was generally similar to the sword crown of the Wu family, belonging to the category of breaking and then building. It was just that the realm of instant advancement was like a candle in a dark room. The light of a moment was fleeting and could not last forever. As for how much profound meaning one could comprehend afterwards, that would depend on one's luck and talent. Even someone as talented as Li Chungang could not escape this rut. So what if he occasionally unleashed an immortal sword strike? It was still too early. In the old god of swords' opinion, other than the unlucky Wang Mingyin who was assassinated, among the 9 top experts in the world, perhaps only Wang Xianji had reached the realm of earth immortals. Dong Tai was probably not much different from his peak when he first came to Mount Longhu, but he was still a hair's breadth away from the realm of earth immortals. It seemed like a hair's breadth, but it could be 1,000 li. The path of martial arts truly had no end. Su Fingnian exhaled slowly. After a bloody battle where his life was hanging by a thread, he did not feel the slightest bit tired. The Grand Yellow Court was indeed wonderful beyond words. He turned around to help Wei Shuyang up. Old Taoist Mi's face was filled with guilt. Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng each had their own duties. Xu Xiu followed closely behind, while Yang Qingfeng stayed behind to deal with Lu Qiantong's funeral. The old divine swordsman stepped on the reeds and took the lead to leave, free and unfettered. Pei Nanwei was once again dazzled by the twists and turns of the day. Today's twists and turns had almost overturned the 30 years of peaceful life of this Princess Jing'an. The old man wearing the sheepskin coat had an unparalleled swordsmanship. The 100 Zhonglong green snake was incomparably magnificent. The Phoenix Battalion's light cavalry did not retreat in the face of the peasant men. The 2 generals even more so. The green-clothed maidservant's red spear had reached perfection, risking her life to save her master. The seemingly invincible farmer was killed by a strange girl who used her hand as a knife. On the official road and among the reeds, the absurd Baoyang His Royal Highness brazenly attacked twice. How could he be the good-for-nothing foppish son that the rumors said he was? Clearly, he was very familiar with killing and repelling the enemy. Pei Nanwei walked behind Su Fingnian and softly said, "I finally know why Zhao Heng did everything he could to kill you." Seeing that Wei Shuyang was really unable to walk, Su Fingnian, who had gently carried the old Taoist on his back, coldly said, "Princess Pei, this prince is thinking about how to deal with you, so I advise you to speak less. Since Zhao Heng doesn't care about your life or death, I don't mind having another head on the ground. In any case, enough people have died today." Zhao Heng said that he would send nephew 1,000 li away, but in the end, he sent Wang Mingyin to see me off. If nephew sends Princess Jing'an's head back, I believe that Uncle King of Jing'an will be very touched. Pei Nanwei immediately kept quiet out of fear. Su Fingnian's tone suddenly became gentler, but it wasn't because Princess Jing'an deserved this treatment. Instead, he softly asked a retainer whose status was far inferior to Pei Nanwei's, "Xu Xiu, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Moreover, I'll explain to Su Xiao on your behalf." Xu Xian didn't seem to have expected that the cold and shrewd His Highness the Crown Prince would say such frank and honest words. She was stunned for a moment before looking at the back of the figure, whose robes were stained with dust and blood. In a soft voice she said, "Your Highness, will there still be such a situation in the future where you have a slim chance of survival?" Su Fingnian looked up at the sky and nodded. "Not necessarily. If there is, it will most likely be more dangerous than today. If you don't leave today, I won't hesitate to use you as a chess piece that I can discard at will." Xu Xiu made a sound of agreement. A light breeze blew past, carrying with it the faint fragrance of reeds. Xu Xiu, who loved to look beautiful, reached out to smooth out the messy hair on her forehead. She looked at the sky with His Royal Highness and smiled. If I don't leave, will there be any benefits? Your Highness should also know that Xu Xiu is this kind of unscrupulous person. Unexpectedly, Su Fengnian stopped in his tracks and turned his head with a smile. I already knew that you've been coveting this heir's body for a long time, but this matter, I really can't agree to it right away. Wei Shuyang, who was seriously injured but still conscious, reached out to stroke his beard. He smiled but didn't say anything. Xu Xiu, whose secret had been exposed, blushed when she heard this. Then she laughed until tears came out. Su Fengnian looked at the charming and flirtatious woman in front of him and smiled. Xu Xiu, you're actually very beautiful, really. Xu Xiu had the rare courage to tease. All of Bailiang knows that His Royal Highness always speaks the truth when he's in bed. Chapter 214. Su Fengnian walked on the lush green path. From time to time, he would stretch out his hand to push aside the messy reeds. You're really not leaving? Xu Xiu smiled. I'm thinking, she replied. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, then said, if you want to leave, I'll give you silver. If you want secret manuals, I'll give you secret manuals. If you don't leave, Xu Xiu, let me ask you, do you want to be a princess consort? Xu Xiu's heart trembled. She cautiously asked, princess consort? Su Fengnian nodded. Princess Jing and Xu Xiu probed. With princess consort's devastatingly beautiful appearance, it would still be very difficult for her to disguise herself. Su Fengnian grunted in acknowledgement. This had only just aroused Xu Xiu's curiosity, which was as strong as a pond of reeds, but she didn't say anything else. At the same time, he treated Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei as if she was nothing. Wei Shuyang felt that it wasn't proper for him to be carried on His Royal Highness's back. He said, Your Highness, this old Taoist can walk on his own. Su Fengnian laughed out loud. It's fine, it's fine. When I was young, I always had Grandpa Wei carry me on his back in the tide listening pavilion. This time it's my turn. Wei Shuyang sighed. His smile was full of vicissitudes of life. Pei Nanwei and Xu Xiu each had their own thoughts as they quietly walked behind the old and the young. The wind rose and fell, and the reeds swayed. Finally, they reached the end of the path. The official road was full of silent killing intent. Su Fengnian first placed Wei Shuyang in a carriage. In front of him lay Blue Bird, whose life was uncertain, but seeing his calm demeanor, Su Fengnian let out a sigh of relief. He ordered Xu Xiu to lead some people to carefully collect the talismans and red armor. Finally, he walked over to Wang Mingyin's corpse and squatted down. He had only heard Su Xiao mention briefly about the attack and defense of Xiangfan. Although Wang Mingyin was the younger brother of Wang Yangming, the Confucian general of Xiangfan, he had a deep understanding of the Spring and Autumn Kingdom War. Back then, he had tried his best to persuade Wang Yangming to abandon the city and live in seclusion with him. However, that soldier of Shangyin was determined to sacrifice himself for justice, so Wang Mingyin could only watch from the sidelines until the end. Therefore, he did not have any deep hatred for Su Xiao. He only left behind an oath that he would not allow the Su family to enter Xiangfan. Today, he had come as promised. However, he did not expect that he would not be able to take the head of the crown prince of Bailiang. Instead, he was assassinated by an assassin who was supposed to be his ally. The 11th position in the world had become vacant. Su Fengnian picked up the golden soft sword and examined it carefully. Halberd Ningame stood quietly behind him. Su Fengnian placed the soft sword on Wang Mingyin's body and asked, General Ning, how is your right arm? Ningame knelt on one knee. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, It's fine. It's just that your subordinate is incompetent and almost delayed Your Highness's important matter. Please punish me, Your Highness. Su Fengnian stood up and looked at the dust kicked up by the horse's hooves. He shook his head and said with a smile, Punishment or not, let's talk about it later. Get someone to bury Wang Mingyin at the reed marshes. He was the 11th expert in the world. If you are worried that the Phoenix Battalion will have a knot in their hearts, you can ask Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng to do it later. Ningame shook his head and said, The Phoenix Battalion will obey Your Highness's orders. Su Fengnian whistled. His mount galloped over and jumped on. When he passed by Li Chungang and Jiang Ni's carriage, he took the instant spear. Soon after, he held the spear and urged his horse to the front of dozens of light cavalry. He coldly said, Draw your swords. The dozens of light cavalry instantly drew their swords. Together with His Royal Highness, they faced the thunderous hooves on the official road. Listening to the sound, there were no less than 500 Qingzhou heavy cavalry. 80 Bailiang light cavalry faced off against 600 Qingzhou heavy cavalry. On the opposite side, one could faintly see cold swords and halberds surrounded by jet-black heavy armor. The leader was a man wearing a big yellow embroidered robe. Beside him was a majestic general, wearing heavy armor. In his hand was a silver pear blossom spear with red tassels. He looked mighty. The general seemed to have said a few words to the man in the embroidered robe and rode forward alone. Su Fengnian did not say anything and rushed forward with his spear. When they were 100 steps apart, the Qingzhou general seemed to have felt the murderous aura of the approaching person. He suppressed the thought of underestimating the enemy and frowned. He thought that he could knock the well-dressed young master off his horse with one spear strike. If it were not for the king of Jing'an's order not to hurt people, he would have helped the Qingzhou soldiers teach this Bailiang heir a lesson. At 50 steps, the general saw that this guy was coming even faster and had no intention of talking. He was angry for a moment. This guy did not know what was good for him. With a flick of his wrist, he rushed forward with his spear in hand. The red tassels spun and danced beautifully, making the Qingzhou cavalry behind him cheer. The two riders met in an instant. The silvery white pear blossom spear was casually pushed aside by the handsome young master with a single hand. The strange scarlet spear in his hand pierced forward like lightning, instantly breaking through the armor. The spear curved in a stunning arc, forcefully pressing against the chest of the burly military general. When the two riders passed by each other, the general with the broken armor on his chest was sent flying by the spear, and fell on the official road. The young master with the white horse and red spear raised his spear again, and stabbed the general to death on the spot. His head was split open. The slow white horse leisurely turned in a circle, and once again faced the 600 Qingzhou elite cavalry. The young master with the spear in his hand shook slightly, and threw a string of eye-catching blood beads on the ground. He looked at the gloomy man in the embroidered robe and said with a smile, "Uncle King of Jing'an, looking at this display, are you really going to send me off 1,000 miles?" Chapter 215. The young master was dressed in luxurious clothes, riding a white horse and holding a red spear. After killing someone in front of the formation, he was still talking and laughing, making the 600 Qingzhou heavy cavalry tremble. It had to be known that the general who was stabbed under his horse was one of the top 3 fierce soldiers in Xiangfan. Unexpectedly, he was killed by a single spear strike. Moreover, the person sitting on the horse in front of him was the Grand Prince of Jing'an. Among the 6 vassal kings, he was only ranked behind the Prince of Yan and Prince of Guangling. This northern Liang Shizhi, regardless of his family background, was still a member of the younger generation. He was not in northern Liang's territory, so how could he dare to be so impudent? How dare he defy the king of Jing'an, who was regarded as a god by the people of Xiangfan? For a moment, the 600 direct descendants were enraged. As long as the master in the embroidered robe gave the order, they would rush forward and crush him. Not to mention that he was the heir of Bailiang. Even if the king of Bailiang was here, so what? Did he really think that all the cavalry in the world were embroidered pillows? Bailiang claimed to have 300,000 cavalry, and Qingzhou was the first to disagree. The king of Jing'an wore a yellow embroidered robe with 5 claws sitting on a dragon. The color was noble and superior to the blue and white ones. The embroidered robe was of the highest quality. Just the embroidered robe alone was half a grade higher than that of the Guangling king. It could be seen that His Majesty the Emperor treated this brother who had participated in the struggle for the throne with him very well. Prince Jing'an's appearance this time was finally free of his prayer beads. Unlike Prince Guangling, who grew fatter as he aged and appeared slightly bloated in an embroidered robe, Zhao Heng's embroidered robe fit him perfectly. He slowly raised his hand and waved it behind him. The 600 heavy cavalry instantly retreated in an orderly manner. There was no stagnation in the formation. It was clear that he was familiar with battle formations. After the heavy cavalry retreated 50 steps, Zhao Heng lightly squeezed the belly of a Fergana horse from the western regions and slowly moved forward. He ignored the corpse and the blood-stained red spear and calmly said, No matter how brave and good the 80 light cavalry is, they can't stop 600 Qingzhou heavy cavalry. Indeed, they can't stop them, but 80 cavalry in exchange for 200 lives is still doable. Su Fengnian did not care. He narrowed his eyes and stared at his uncle, the king of Jing'an, who was scheming to kill him. In the city of Xiangfan, they could talk and laugh with each other. But here, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Su Fengnian was in a desperate situation, and was full of hostility. Especially after he had suddenly digested a large amount of dahuangting. The hostility that he could originally suppress was amplified countless times. This was why he had the ruthlessness to kill the general of Qingzhou with his spear. However, Su Fengnian was not completely ignorant of military affairs. He was also not so arrogant and ignorant as to think that 80 cavalry would be enough to defeat 600 of Qingzhou's armored soldiers in a battle to the death. It was just that even if he lost in terms of strength, he would not lose in terms of formation. Moreover, in today's battle outside the Reed Marsh, the military armor was just icing on the cake. It was destined that it would not affect the overall situation. Therefore, when the king of Jing'an led his troops here, it was tantamount to using him as a gift to win the hearts of the light cavalry. Su Fengnian was happy to accept it. He had already told Yu Yue that if he wanted to win the hearts of the people, giving small favors would not help matters at all. Therefore, even when he was rescued by Wu Luding on the river, Su Fengnian did not really think that he had successfully captured the loyalty of the 100 cavalrymen, including Ningame. Bailiang was known to have 300,000 cavalrymen. Naturally, it was not because all of them were mounted soldiers. True cavalrymen only made up 1/3 of the cavalrymen, and elite cavalrymen only made up 1/3 of the cavalrymen. The 800 cavalrymen of the Phoenix Battalion were undoubtedly the best. The more outstanding a soldier's strength was, the harder it was for a mediocre general to tame them. Su Zhao's treacherous decision to send 100 cavalrymen to accompany his son was not only to show off and protect him, but also to test him. If he could not even control these 100 cavalrymen, how could he face the 300,000 new and old soldiers in the future? It was not only Su Zhao. As long as it was a large family with many branches and leaves, they would constantly examine and weigh their successors. Not to mention the nobles who were born in the palace. Even if one day they finally became the crown prince, they would not be able to do it once and for all. Zhao Heng chuckled and did not comment. There was no longer any pretense of friendliness on his face. This vassal king's aura was finally revealed. The royal family was originally more responsible for the fate of the world. The wise men of the world said that one could become a dragon in the face of a storm. This was not nonsense. The Confucian school focused on cultivating qi, and the Taoist immortals had the ability to seek the dragon's qi. However, those who had the innate qi of the dragon's qi might not be able to ride the storm. Most of them were imprisoned by various kinds of opportunities, causing them to be muddle-headed and gloomy. Success was in the hands of the heavens, planning was in the hands of man. This was the wonderful meaning of the way of heaven and the way of man. As for the saying that man could conquer the heavens, it was often misunderstood by people. In fact, the original meaning was that man could conquer genius. In front of the battle, Zhao Heng asked calmly, "Wang Mingyin is dead?" Su Fengnian nodded and said with a smile, "The 11th in the world lives up to his name. Fortunately, I have the two-sleeved green snake Li Chungang by my side." He secretly reminded this vassal king that although the 80 Bailiang light cavalry could not stop them, there was still the old god of swords who could not be judged by common sense. Zhao Heng did not seem to be surprised by this. Wang Mingyin was originally a man of sacrifice. Even if he succeeded in escaping, Zhao Heng would not allow him to escape. From the moment Wang Mingyin agreed to come to Xiangfan, his fate was sealed. This was also the reason why Jianghu masters were usually unwilling to get involved in court battles. In the end, they could not defeat the army's net of swords and halberds. So what if 100 people were against 1,000 people? The royal uncle of Western Shu, who was known as the Sword Sage, was only killed by Bailiang's iron hooves. His sword was broken and he was killed by countless soldiers and horses. His body was trampled by horses and turned into a pile of meat paste. Even the way he died was so unbearable. Rather than being treated as a lackey who fought for riches and honor, it was better to be a fish in Jianghu and be free. Su Fengnian smiled. It is not strange that Wang Mingyin came to Xiangfan, but it is a little girl riding a big cat. This is a pleasant surprise for me. To meet an old friend in a foreign land. I have to thank Uncle Wang for his 1,000 taels of gold. If it was not for Uncle Wang's extravagant spending, how could I see her true face? Ha! He could not help but imitate the young female assassin and laugh. Zhao Heng heard this and finally sighed quietly. However, there was no haze on his face. Instead, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. If he, Zhao Heng, was a person who could not afford to lose, how could he live to this day? Besides, this time he lost the battle of the Reed Marsh, but he did not lose the secret battle in the court, and instead won. Was this the only person in the world who was allowed to hide? Zhao Heng smiled and said, Fengnian, do you bear a grudge against Uncle Wang from now on? Su Fengnian did not think that Zhao Heng would ask such a direct question. For a moment he was silent. The person on the back of the horse in front of him was an outstanding talent of Su Zhao's generation. He had lost to the current emperor in the struggle for the world. Although he had lost to Su Xiao in the Spring and Autumn War, in terms of scheming, Su Fengnian was not conceited enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. If it was not so, Su Fengnian would not have drenched his clothes and back that day at the Skinny Goat Lakeside Inn. Today, Zhao Heng had come up with one vicious scheme after another. Especially his boldness to abandon his beloved wife, Wang Fei, was simply terrifying. Su Fengnian did not speak, and Zhao Heng did not care. His attitude was calm and indifferent. Su Fengnian was half joking. He laughed softly and said, If Uncle Wang does not give me a parting gift, I will not bear a grudge against my elders. I will treat it as a lesson that cannot be bought with money. In the future, I will not dare to underestimate the heroes outside of Beiliang. Zhao Heng, who was holding the reins, unconsciously rubbed his thumb and index finger. He said calmly, Unfortunately, this king does have 2 small gifts. Su Fengnian's heart jumped. His long and narrow red phoenix eyes exploded with hostility. He laughed coldly and said, Since Uncle Wang wants to give them, I have no reason not to accept. What a big tone. Zhao Heng could not help but sigh. For some reason, he thought of his eldest son Zhao Sun. In terms of military strategy, intelligence, and meticulousness, the 2 princes of the same age did not have a clear advantage. However, in terms of courage and insight, Zhao Sun was far inferior. However, this could not be blamed on Shang. Shang had grown up in Jing'an Palace and was trapped by the complicated rules of the vassal state. He did not have many opportunities to gain real experience. On the other hand, Shang had lived in Xiangfan for more than 20 years. Many principles could not be taught by words. Thus Shang had only inherited the feminine side of his father. The masculinity and fierceness that came from killing on the battlefield was lacking. This kind of ambitious and ruthless character was not something that could be raised by killing a few servants. This Su Fengnian did not look like lame Su at all. However, his methods and temperament were 80 to 90% similar. If he were someone else's child, who would dare to openly kill someone in front of a battle? Zhao Heng clearly sensed Su Fengnian's strong murderous intent. He laughed it off and bent down to untie a long and beautiful package from the horse's back. It was slightly cold to the touch, and the chill pierced through his skin. Zhao Heng smiled and said, In this sword box, there is half an ancient sword and a knife manual. This king asked for them from Martial Emperor City. Fengnian, you practice the knife, so the knife manual will be useful. As for the ancient sword, there is no harm in telling you directly. I originally intended to give it to Old Sword Godly after seeing you off. Su Fengnian was shocked and asked, Half a wooden horse cow? King of Jing'an looked up to the sky and laughed. That's right. Zhao Heng then looked straight at Su Fengnian. For the first time he did not conceal his murderous intent. He said coldly, Do you believe that this king is the only person in the world who can ask that Earth Immortal to leave Martial Emperor City? Su Fengnian raised the tip of his spear that was originally pointing downward slightly. He smiled and said, I believe. Zhao Heng's murderous intent disappeared in a flash. His expression returned to calmness and serenity, and there was even a trace of a hero's loneliness. He threw the sword box to Su Fengnian, turned his horse around, and said in a flat tone, The knife manual is the only secret manual that exists in the world. It is nameless, but that person has destroyed countless top swordsmen in his life. You can imagine the importance of this knife manual. Su Fengnian, in the future, if Zhao Sun has the opportunity to leave Qingzhou, whether it is to go to Beiliang or to return to that city, I hope that you will not forget to give me a small gift today. Whether it is me or Su Xiao, we are both old people. In the future, it will definitely be you who will come to the stage to stir up the clouds and rain with one turn of the hand. The grudges between your father and I can be considered to have ended cleanly today. You must know that going against the flow of the situation is like drinking wine, but going with the flow is like pouring tea. Am I right? Su Fengnian reached out to take the sword box that contained half a wooden horse cow. He hugged it in his arms and did not say anything. King of Jing'an, who was wearing a large yellow embroidered robe, rode away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Su Fengnian silently turned his horse around and returned with his spear and the box. The 80 riders' eyes were burning with passion. The horse formation immediately opened up a small path in the middle. Su Fengnian rode past and said softly, "Put away your knife." Chapter 216. From the beginning to the end, the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, never mentioned the princess consort Pei Nanwei. It was true that nobles were emotionless and thinner than paper. After Su Fengnian dismounted, he approached the corpses of the Beiliang light cavalry and the wounded. He stuck the spear into the ground and walked to a young cavalryman whose wound had been personally bandaged by Yuan Meng. He squatted down and took over Yuan Meng's work. All the light cavalry could clearly see that His Royal Highness's movements were skillful, especially when he lowered his head and bit the knot tightly. Even Great Halberd Ningamei was moved. They had some understanding of His Royal Highness's nature on their journey. He had risked his life to save people at the gates of hell, but after that, he had never been courteous to anyone on the ship. Later on, during the battle with the Qingzhou Navy, he had led the charge. Did he shrink back at all and damage the spirit of the Beiliang army? Even the king of Jing and son was thrown into the water, like a drowning dog. Who would dare to say that if he had been there, he would have hung the deputy commandant of the Eastern Forbidden City from Gu Jiantong's old subordinates on the city wall? Today, not to mention how domineering he was when he used his blade to save himself, the Phoenix Battalion was shocked by his amazing blade skills. Just now, he had personally led 80 cavalrymen to face 600 heavy cavalry, and even stabbed the Qingzhou general to death with his spear. Before the battle, he only said that he was going to draw his blade. After the battle, he only said that he was going to withdraw his blade. How similar was this temperament to the king of Beiliang? And now, he was silently bandaging the wounds of a small cavalryman whose status was thousands of miles away. When did he say anything pretentious? Su Fengnian stood up and said softly to the cavalryman whose eyes were red, "I know your name. You are Wang Chong. When I was practicing my blade skills at the bow of the ship on the Spring God Lake, you were on guard duty." Su Fengnian paused for a moment and said, "At that time, the one who was on night duty with you was called Lin Heng. He died in battle, stabbed to death by Wang Mingyin's halberd. I remember when you were quietly arguing with him at the bow of the ship, Lin Heng spoke up for me, saying that I didn't practice the saber for show. It's a pity that he died." Su Fengnian stood up and took out the instant spear. He walked towards the carriage and said calmly, "I hope I won't die again." More than 90 white horses were loyal to him. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, they all knelt down and said in a deep voice, "The Phoenix Battalion is willing to fight to the death for His Royal Highness. Don't retreat." In the distance, Princess Jing, and Pei Nanwei's face was pale and her expression was complicated. At the edge of the scattered cottages in the reed marsh, an old man stood up and left. He grabbed a handful of grass that could be found everywhere and used for divination. This was a lost ancient divination method. Grass could be picked anywhere, but not everyone could use divination to see the secrets of heaven. Therefore, among the 8 ancient treasures, including the tortoise shell, divination was the easiest way to get started, but the hardest way to get the Tao. The old man who looked like a scholar seemed to casually tear the grass again and again, throwing it all over the ground. As he walked out of the reed marsh, he coincidentally bumped into a young man who was walking out of the dense reed from another place. Behind him was a talisman general in red armor, who looked like a celestial soldier. The young man was neither angry nor happy, only muttering something to himself. When he saw the old man, he was not on guard at first, but he was afraid that the puppet behind him would scare the unrelated people. After carefully sizing him up, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled brilliantly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He seemed harmless. He stopped, obviously wanting to let the old man go first. It was hard to say whether he loved the young, but he was full of respect for the old man. The old man did not seem to take it to heart. When they brushed past each other, he said softly, "Zhao Kai, did your mother tell you that before she gave birth to you, she dreamed that the sky opened up and 4 celestial beings arrived with the sun in their hands? Believe it or not, when you were born, this old man saw with his own eyes that the red sun rose in the night and the red light surrounded the room. As for the white snake you killed when you were 6 years old, it was rumored to be the young son of the White Emperor, but it was fake. It was just to prove that the Red Emperor of the Imperial Astronomer killed the White Dragon. This old man deliberately teased that old fool Nan Huayu." Zhao Kai was dumbstruck with his mouth wide open. He then trotted behind the old scholar and asked with a smile, "Old mister, you know my mother?" The old man chuckled and joked, "Don't worry, I'm not your grandfather." Zhao Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand to hide the red armor that could defeat 4 golden armor. He was not the least bit afraid that the mysterious old man had ulterior motives. He said shamelessly, "It's good that you're my grandfather. Old mister, why don't you tell me about my mother's past?" The old man did not stop walking and shook his head. "It's full of sad and tragic events. What's there to say, and what's there to hear? Stories are stories of the past. It's useless to talk about them." Zhao Kai flattered, "Hey, old mister is really knowledgeable. No wonder the southern supervisor was deceived. This explanation of the story is really interesting." The old man laughed and scolded, "You little brat, you still don't know that Nan Huayu's surname is Nan Huai and not Nan. That old guy couldn't wait to give his granddaughter to you." Zhao Kai exclaimed and blushed with shame. "I really didn't know that the southern supervisor's surname is Nan Huai. There's such a strange surname?" The old man waved his hand and said bluntly, "Stay away from this old man. You little brat, your aura is too strong. Don't make this old man unable to play chess in the future. In the past 20 years, only a little girl with the surname Jiang can surpass you in terms of providence in the world." Zhao Kai still acted as if he did not have any ulterior motives. He shamelessly followed behind the old man, as if he had picked up a treasure on the road. Chapter 217. The old man looked back and said, "The Zhao family is lucky to have a kid like you. Just now, I was talking to a little girl in the reed marsh. You go to the Carp Guanyin temple 10 miles away. She will go there alone later. If she sees the fire in the reed marsh, you must stop her. The second daughter has the second class of the 36 ranks of women, a young phoenix. You can keep her by your side as a little wife. You have lost 4 red armor talisman generals in a row. If you can get her help, it will be no different from 40 red armor talisman generals. She and a few others will be the top figures in Jianghu 10 years later. In the previous 100 years, there were only 2 or 3 Earth immortals. These 100 years have been strange. Let me count with my fingers. 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7. Plus your old enemy, it might be 8. TSK, it will be a lively scene rarely seen in 1,000 years. All of this is thanks to 2 people. One of them is far away in Beimang, and the other is right in front of us. It's you. Zhao Kai, you didn't reincarnate in vain. How can the crown prince of Baoyang win? This old man is very curious." The seemingly simple-minded young man smiled and asked, "Old mister, is the world going to be chaotic again? More chaotic than the spring and autumn war?" Was he talking nonsense, or did he hit the nail on the head? The old man glanced at him indifferently and said, "This old man says yes and he says no? Can't you wait for it yourself?" Zhao Kai said with a bitter face, "I'm afraid I won't live to see that day." The old man sneered and said, "You're so tacky that it's interesting." Zhao Kai, who was jogging all the way, scratched his head and said, "It's not interesting, it's not interesting. I'm used to being poor when I was young, so I'm just timid. But I see that old mister walks like a dragon and a tiger. You're really a master." The old man was about to say something when Zhao Kai saw a shocking scene. The old man, who he had just praised for walking like a dragon and a tiger, was sent flying by a girl carrying a sunflower with a powerful whip kick. Fortunately, the old man patted the dust off his body and stood up unscathed. He probably didn't have the face to talk about anything in front of Zhao Kai, so he quickened his pace. An even more absurd scene appeared. A big cat jumped out of the reed marsh, followed behind the girl, and disappeared from sight with the old man. Zhao Kai, who stood still, sighed with emotion and said, "Old Mister can fall like an immortal. I'm impressed." Zhao Kai thought for a moment and really went to look for the Carp Guanyin temple. On the other side, the old immortal in Zhao Kai's heart said earnestly, "Daughter, in the future, give this old man some face in front of outsiders. This old man has taught you the most life-saving martial arts that he has learned in his life. I don't ask you to take care of this old man in the future, but at least give me a smile when you see him, right?" The girl with a sunflower on her shoulder and a burly cat behind her hesitated for a moment before she forced a stiff smile with a serious expression. The old man said helplessly, "Forget it, forget it." What followed was the old man talking to himself, asking but not answering. "I told you that Bailiang's son is not easy to kill, but you didn't believe me. Now you've failed, right? It'll be hard for you to find another chance. As for King of Jing'an, don't look for trouble with him. Zhao Heng still has some ability and luck. Old Monster Wang has no children in his life. In the past, he made an agreement with the late emperor that he only recognized Zhao Heng as his half-adopted son. If it's not unexpected, the Jianghu will be like the scholars of the past 100 years. Talents will compete for supremacy. It'll be difficult for this old man and old Monster Wang to stand out and look down on everything. Today Wang Mingyin was killed by you, but you still have a chance. However, this old man will tell you first. Don't be in a hurry to kill those who have the potential to step into the realm of Earth Immortals. Firstly, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill them. Secondly, I'm afraid you'll kill them and make the Jianghu boring. Don't laugh at this old man, don't pretend to laugh. This old man is terrified. Daughter, think about it. When they become immortals in the eyes of the world, you can kill them. Isn't that the best? Just now this kid surnamed Zhao can't be killed. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of this old man's effort to catch the white snake and put it in front of him. As for the birth chart of the young phoenix, this old man is just bluffing. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? If the streets are full of them, they'll be too worthless. Alas, this old man can't do anything about you. Who asked you to look like this old man's daughter who died young? The old man sighed again and asked, "Oh right, do you still like to collect hairpins now?" The girl, who always gave people a naive feeling when she wasn't killing people, was carrying the sunflower. Finally, she showed mercy and agreed. For the first time, the old man showed a helpless expression. Who was he? "I killed 3 million people with my 3-inch tongue." Together with Su Xiao the butcher and Han Diaoxi the cat, they were known as the 3 great devils of the world. Out of the 14 sages of the spring and autumn period, I dominated the top 3. The old man looked at the clear sky and squinted his eyes. Without any reason, he said, "It's going to thunder." The girl stood on her tiptoes and covered the old man's head with the sunflower. She chuckled. The old man laughed heartily and said, "Rolling heavenly thunder can kill Qi Xuanjin, but it can't kill this old man, daughter. Let me tell you a secret. This old man is really an immortal." The girl, who turned hostile, kicked the old man to the ground. This time, the old man was not in a hurry to get up because there were no outsiders present. He sat on the ground and muttered to himself, "Back then, my father once said that everyone wants their children to be smart. I was misled by my intelligence. I only hoped that my child would be stupid and careless. How could that butcher not understand these words? With his current achievements, if he gave birth to a legitimate eldest son, he could guarantee several generations of wealth and stability. He didn't want such a good thing, and insisted on raising a Do Kuei to be a devil in troubled times. He implicated Lame Su and had to work hard until he was old. He didn't even have half a day to enjoy happiness. Why bother? However, considering that it was because of your son that this old man was able to meet my daughter, this old man did not cause any trouble for you these past few years. However, since you have already obtained the hereditary title, let your son fend for himself in the future. This old man wants to see how he will fight against the Jianghu, the imperial court, and the entire world. The old man turned to look at the girl and muttered, "For a hairpin, is it worth it?" The girl still made a sound of agreement. The old man shook his head and nodded. In this world, human lives are lighter than hairpins. Yes and no. The old man stood up and slowly said, "Let's go." In a while, the Qingzhou cavalry will use the name of suppressing bandits to start a massacre. This reed marsh will still be lush next year, but the hundreds of lives will be lost. Chapter 218. Su Xiao only brought a few Bailiang retainers with him as he left the Damayai Inn. It was summer, and the capital was hot and humid. The chirping of cicadas was irritating, and the air above the rooftops was filled with white steam. The road was scorching hot. Su Xiao, who was dressed like a rich man, walked and stopped. When he rested, he asked for a bowl of tofu from a small stall. The small porcelain bowl was cool, and he felt comfortable holding it in his hand. The snacks in the capital were similar to this bowl of almond tofu. They were particular about the taste, and there was a clear distinction between the two. If it was cold, it had to be cold, and if it was hot, it must not be eaten warm. The slightly hunchbacked Su Xiao sat in front of the stall, together with the commoners who relied on a few copper coins for a bowl of iced almond tofu to relieve the summer heat. Su Xiao held a spoon and scraped a small piece of translucent tofu from the porcelain bowl. He put it in his mouth and tasted the authentic flavor. He smiled. This almond tofu did not look expensive. It did not taste better just because the rich poured more osmanthus sugar water into it. It also had to be able to taste a hint of bitterness. Only then would it be in line with the ancient saying, "Summer is bitter." Su Xiao asked for 2 bowls and finished them all. He stood up and paid 5 copper coins. 3 copper coins for a bowl, and 2 bowls for 5 copper coins. Su Xiao continued walking. He walked for a full 2 hours until he could see the Directorate of Astronomy, which was under the jurisdiction of the imperial astronomer. In the past 20 years, the number of times he, the only king with a different surname in the dynasty, could be counted on one hand. However, he had never come to the imperial astronomer, where the emperor observed the astronomical phenomena and announced the calendar. The entrance was heavily guarded by imperial guards. Anyone who approached would be detained and interrogated, not to mention entering. Su Xiao had 3 retainers behind him, including Spear Immortal Wang Xiao. When he approached the imperial astronomer, his aura suddenly increased. The imperial guards did not dare to step forward. It was only when Su Xiao was less than 10 steps away from the entrance that an imperial guard silently raised his spear. Su Xiao did not need to speak. The world's top spear expert Lu Yambing angrily shouted, "How dare you?" Holding a spear in front of Lu Yambing was really a joke. As for blocking the king of Bailiang, who could carry a sword into the palace, it was even more of a joke. However, this was the duty of the imperial guards. Furthermore, the imperial astronomer was right in front of the emperor. The imperial astronomer's prison guards were used to the respectful treatment of visitors. Even after being reprimanded, they did not move an inch. There were even some imperial guards who slowly drew their swords. The imperial astronomer was an important place in the dynasty. Even the important figures of the ministers and aristocratic families would not dare to trespass. Just like Su Xiao, a plain-looking young woman walked out of a group of visitors who came in light. She said gently, "Don't be rude to the king of Bailiang." After the imperial guards saw the young woman's face clearly, they didn't dare to look at her anymore and immediately knelt down. Just as they were about to open their mouths and shout, the young woman softly said, "Forget it." Su Xiao turned his head to look, and was slightly surprised. Probably because of his hunchback, it was hard to tell if he was bowing or not. He said indifferently, "Su Xiao respectfully welcomes the Empress." Not only that, Su Xiao no longer looked at the Empress of the Phoenix, who could be said to be the most noble woman in the dynasty. He only glanced sideways at a young woman who had some cute freckles on the tip of her nose. He smiled and said, "Princess Suizhu, how did you suddenly become a young lady? I remember that the last time I saw you, you were still a little girl with braids." This princess seemed to be familiar with Su Xiao. She made a playful face and took a few steps forward. She held Su Xiao's hand and said softly, "Uncle Su, do you still remember the last time you brought Xiaoye to eat almond tofu? I asked the imperial kitchen to make it after returning to the palace, but it didn't have the same taste. I wanted to leave the palace to look for it, but unfortunately, without Uncle Su leading the way, I couldn't find it. I cried miserably at that time. Su Xiao laughed loudly and deliberately exhaled. Smell, smell. I just tasted 2 bowls. Are they both almond tofu flavor? Princess Sui Zhu pinched her nose and snorted. It doesn't smell good. Uncle Su is lying. Su Xiao's attitude toward the most famous woman in the dynasty could be said to be flat and abrupt, but it seemed that he was very intimate with the little princess in front of him, who was famous for being mischievous. With Su Xiao's status, if he liked you, he liked you. If he didn't like you, scolding you would be considered light. You also had to have some qualifications to be scolded by this person. Why did he have to pretend? In his life, Su Xiao had scolded the old Grand Secretary, the teacher of the current Grand Secretary Zhang Jilu, General Gu Jiantang, the Duke of Huainan, and even the King of Jing'an. As for the official who was beaten half to death by him outside the palace with the scabbard, although he was still lying in bed half to death, his reputation had skyrocketed in the dynasty. Everyone praised him as a loyal official who had the strength of the country. It should be known that this guy had previously been criticized by the people in the capital, as well as the 30,000 students of the Imperial College for his improper conduct. Now, all of them were praising him in unison. It could be seen that if he could be beaten and scolded by Su Xiao, the king of Bailiang and a pillar of the country, as long as he didn't die, not only could he break even, but he could also make a lot of money. Su Xiao let the empress enter the imperial astronomer first, and pulled Princess Sui Zhu behind him. He raised his head and glanced at the plaque that said "Beautiful Land Connecting Way," and sneered, "Beautiful my ass." The empress, who was walking in front, frowned faintly, but only smiled slightly. Princess Sui Zhu, who was holding Su Xiao's arm, nodded vigorously and echoed, "Beautiful my ass." Chapter 219. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Xiaoya is still to uncle's liking. These days, you've been facing a bunch of eyesores. In order not to look at them, you don't even know where to put your eyes." Princess Sui Zhu, who only wished for the world to be in chaos, chuckled and made a weird gesture of slitting her throat. It was unknown who she had learned it from, but she said softly, "Uncle Su, it would be satisfying to kill them all." Su Xiao sighed and said, "What a pity. It would be good to have a daughter-in-law like you. When we get back, Uncle will definitely hang Fingyan up and whip him to vent Xiaoya's anger. Not only is this kid unlucky, he also angered Xiaoya on Wudong Mountain. He deserves a beating." The princess said, "Since Uncle has said so, whether it's true or not, Xiaoya won't lower herself to that guy's level." Su Xiao said sincerely, "Xiaoya, don't lower yourself to Fengyan's level. Next time you go to Bailiang to play, don't skip the prince's mansion. You don't lack the strength to kick a few times. At the same time, let Fengyan take you to see the scene of thousands of carps rolling around. It's very beautiful. Xiaoya, Fengyan has the phoenix in his name, and you have the wind in your name. This fate is not small." Princess Sui Zhu Zhaofengya giggled. The empress did not lead Su Xiao to the Tongtian platform where the officials of the imperial astronomer gathered. Instead, she went to the crop altar, which was paved with soil of the east green, south red, west white, north black, middle and yellow. Nowadays, this kind of precious soil came from the Guangling prince's jurisdiction. The Guangling prince was criticized by the entire dynasty for being greedy and insatiable. The empress called softly, "Yer." At her age, Princess Sui Zhu dared to shout for His Majesty the Emperor to kneel on the ground and carry her on his back. It was said that the emperor could only beg his daughter for mercy with a bitter face. It was only when she came to her biological mother that she appeared obedient. She immediately let go of Su Dajua's arm and quietly left. She said that she was going to the Tongtian platform to learn from Nanhuai Jianzheng. The empress looked at the crop altar, which was not very tall, and said in a gentle tone, "These years Yer has always kept the general's advice in mind. She likes to walk barefoot in the room, and often eats coarse grains. Her body is indeed much better than when she was young." Su Xiao clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "All this nonsense about the weather dropping and the Earth's qi rising and the Earth's qi being collected is all made up by the useless Confucian scholars of the imperial astronomer. Su Xiao only knows that the barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. My family's children have been raised this way since they were young. That's why they are still alive and kicking. The Empress did not take it seriously. It was unknown if she really did not understand the meaning behind his words. She just changed the topic and said softly, I heard about the Gangnam-do incident. The one who wrote the admonition for women has already been sent to the Changchun Palace by His Majesty. Su Xiao did not say anything. The Changchun Palace was called Changchun, but it was actually the cold palace of the current dynasty. For the concubines in the palace, it was the most terrifying prison in the world. This woman who controlled half of the palace still had a cold and cheerless appearance that did not show the slightest emotion. The common people of the dynasty only knew of her gentleness and virtuousness. Only the rich and noble families knew of her power. Su Xiao turned to look at the heavenly platform and snorted coldly. Letting Ye go there, is she afraid that I'll make a move on Nan Huayu, who was only a minor 8th-ranked Qilin back then? Su Xiao did not bring his saber today. The Empress is worrying too much. The Empress did not say anything, as if tacitly agreeing. Su Xiao turned around and walked straight to the heavenly platform. She did not turn around, nor did she turn her head. She was still looking at the top of the crop altar, but there was finally a trace of anger in her voice. Great General. Su Xiao did not stop and sneered. Zhaoji, have you forgotten how she treated you back then? How you treated her back then? The Empress, who was directly called by her name, said coldly. Enough. Su Xiao, so what if you take away a pillar state with an empty title? So what if you lose Tu Liao? You've obtained a hereditary title that does not conform to our dynasty's ancestral system. The hunchbacked and lame Su Xiao said indifferently. The imperial court wants Tu Liao. Zhang Julu wants to reform, and he wants to be the mainstay. Frankly speaking, Su Xiao will give it to him without any nonsense. So what if the pillar state is handed to him? But who is Gu Jiantang? Does he think he can ride on my head and shit and piss? As for that madman Zhao Heng, he has no one to back him up. How can he be so shameless as to make a move on a junior? The Empress said calmly. I'm the only one who heard these words. Su Xiao continued forward. She did not stop him. Instead, she walked up to the crop altar and said in a cold voice. When Su Fengnian first left to travel, the king of Yen sent out 9 jade hook assassins. I was the one who personally sacrificed 18 lives to stop them. At that time, I still thought that Su Fengnian and Ye, still had hope of a marriage. Su Xiao stopped and happened to see the lively Princess Suizhu standing on the corridor outside the attic. She was leaning on the railing and waving her hand. Su Xiao smiled. And so he left the imperial astronomer. Empress Zhaoji faintly sighed. She stood in the middle of the crop altar and turned to look at the back of the old man. She was lost in thought. She vaguely remembered seeing that young and energetic general with a silly smile on his face kneeling on the ground in his room. He helped the graceful Sister Wu put on a pair of 1,000-layer cloth shoes that he had personally sewn for her. That white-clothed woman whose swordsmanship had already surpassed that of a saint smiled with incomparable happiness, just for a pair of rough cloth shoes. Chapter 220. The official road returned to silence. Su Fengnian carried the instant spear and sat in the nearest carriage. Yu Yue and Jiang and I, who were in the carriage, were puzzled. With His Royal Highness's affection for the maidservant Blue Bird, why would he come to this carriage? The two women didn't need to think too hard about it. The answer came to light. His Royal Highness, who had been in the limelight at the end of the battle at the Reed Marsh, had just put down the curtain when he spat out a mouthful of blood. He accidentally spat it onto Yu You's chest as she held the cat. Her white dress and white cat were stained with scarlet red. It was a ghastly sight. Not only that, Su Fengnian had just sat down cross-legged against the wall of the carriage when blood began to seep out of his 7 orifices. Yu Yue discovered that the clothes in front of his chest were in tatters. There was even a crack in the strange green silk armor inside. Su Fengnian, who didn't have a trace of life on his face, covered his wound and gasped for breath. Get out of the carriage. First, go and call old Sword Godly over. Then, tell Ningame that everything will be handed over to him. I won't show myself for the time being. Yu Yue couldn't care less about Wu Meinyang, and hurriedly got out of the carriage. When Jiang and I lifted the curtain, she turned her head to take a look. His Royal Highness seemed to be trying to force a smile, but blood was pouring out of his 7 orifices. As a result, His face was truly repulsive. Su Fingnian knew his own suffering. He closed his eyes and breathed in and out with great difficulty, using the Great Yellow Quartz incantation and the deed of thorough comprehension. However, he breathed in more than he breathed in, causing his breath to be extremely turbid. Every breath brought with it a piercing pain. This kind of hardship was no longer as simple as pure physical torture. The Taoist Danding study described the human body's 36 major acupoints and 72 minor acupoints as the paradise. Many acupoints were not named for nothing, but each had a profound meaning. Su Fingnian was forcibly instilled with the cultivation of the Great Yellow Court by Wudong's old chief, Wang Zhongluo, so he only dug 6 acupoints and opened 14. The rest of the majestic qi was like a hidden dragon hibernating in the remaining acupoints so that it wouldn't invade his meridians. Relying on the Taoist incantation, he slowly absorbed the qi, which was beneficial to him. Later on, when the Guanyin statue in Xiangfan City traveled in the night with thousands of ghosts, he saw the profound benefits at first glance and ascended to the second layer. At that time, Li Chenggang stopped the two from looking at each other. After that, he reprimanded Su Fingnian for acting recklessly. Unexpectedly, today's battle was like a spring thunder that awakened all living things. Most of the acupoints in his body were opened, and the 6 layers of the Great Yellow Court skyrocketed to the 4th layer. This was supposed to be the vast genuine qi that Su Fingnian could only withstand after he cultivated the physique of Vajra realm. Not long after, Li Chenggang entered the carriage with a solemn expression. When he saw Su Fingnian's half-dead state, he frowned and asked in a deep voice, exhaling one Najio, "Are you really determined to take the Great Yellow Court over your life? Without your life, so what if I give you 10 portions of the Great Yellow Court?" Su Fingnian raised a finger with difficulty, as if he was smiling. The meaning of this little action was that there were no 10 portions of the Great Yellow Court in the world. The Great Yellow Court only existed in Wudong for 100 years. If he did not fight for it, wouldn't he be punished by the heavens early? The phrase Lulan Lulan will not return until it is broken originally came from a popular frontier fortress poem. It was widely retold in the Orthodoxy to explain the determination of the Great Yellow Court pass of the Great Yellow Court. Countless painstaking Taoist masters were blocked outside the Great Yellow Court pass. There were at least 20 Taoist masters on Mount Longhu who cultivated this pass, but could not come out, opening the acupoints to nurture the sea of qi, and forming a world of its own. This was the Taoist master recorded in the Orthodoxy's classics who controlled the world and yin and yang. If he could close the acupoints as he wished, he would be a free and unfettered immortal. Under this, so what if you were the Taoist master of Mount Longhu? You would still be half true and half secular. At this moment, Su Fingnian was desperately trying to prevent the genuine qi in his sea of qi from leaking out. Therefore the old god of swords saw through his intention of spitting out less and taking in more. Why would such a great person like him, the heir to the throne of the king of Bailiang, learn martial arts in such a way? Even Li Chenggang could not understand. Although he did not understand, he could not just watch this brat die from his meridians exploding. He reached out and flicked his finger at the space between Su Fingnian's eyebrows. Entering the Tao with the sword, this finger was called the heaven-striking bell. All the great Taoists in the world led to the same destination. Li Chenggang guided Su Fingnian's qi activity. Although he had to expend a lot of energy, he was not completely helpless. The Wu family's top-tier imperial sword technique was to use calm qi to climb Kunlun. Naturally, Li Chenggang also had an indescribable supernatural power. For an entire hour he sat opposite Su Fingnian and flicked his fingers no less than 3,000 times. Even someone as strong as Li Chenggang was still drenched in sweat. Seeing the mark between Su Fingnian's eyebrows stabilizing, turning from black to red and then from red to purple, the old god of swords let out a long sigh and gently left the carriage. He personally drove the carriage slowly. 2 hours later, Li Chenggang turned around and lifted the curtain to take a look. The brat's clothes were completely soaked with blood. His body was still trembling violently, and the sound of exploding soybeans could be heard. At noon, the old man took another look. Su Fingnian was finally showing signs of survival. At dusk, Li Chenggang stopped the carriage at a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. Today, they would probably have to spend the night in the wilderness. Other than Wei Shuyang, Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng, the Phoenix Battalion had more than 60 White Horse righteous followers led by Yuan Meng. The rest of the light cavalry were led by Ningame. They were dealing with the aftermath and bringing up the rear in order to deal with the Qingzhou heavy cavalry that might launch a pursuit. However, Chu Lushan would be able to arrive very soon. At that time, even the 600 heavy cavalry would not be able to do anything. Chu Lushan, who was known for his ruthlessness, was naturally ruthless. He was even more cautious. Otherwise, with his reputation, he would have died 1,000 times over. This fat ball that provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of men would definitely not dare to leave Bailiang if he did not have the ability to protect his life and intimidate others. Chapter 221. Princess Jing'an, whose future was uncertain, sat in the carriage with Jiang Enai and Yu Yue. The female servant, dressed in a green dress and covered in black blood, took up most of the space in the carriage. Princess Pei, who loved cleanliness, endured with great difficulty. When the carriage finally stopped for a rest, she immediately jumped off. There were more than 10 light cavalry patrolling nearby. She did not dare to go too far, for fear that her head would be chopped off by these fierce Bailiang soldiers. Dying at the hands of these people would be better than dying under the blades of the Bailiang crown prince. At least his dual blades were extremely beautiful, right? Princess Pei glanced at the enchanting woman whom His Royal Highness called Xu Xiu. Coincidentally, Xu Xiu also looked over. Xu Xiu smiled playfully, looking at Princess Pei as if she was looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Princess Pei, who heard the secret in the reeds, was frightened. She did not dare to look at Princess Pei again. She turned her head to look at the old immortal's carriage. What was he doing now? No one would have guessed that Su Fengnian was wandering around the gates of hell. If the underworld really had hunter-class Oxhead and Horseface, they would definitely hold a grudge against this half-dead crown prince. The only one who knew the truth was Li Chungang, who closed his eyes and rested. Just like Lu Qiantang, who was born lowly and watched the tide and practiced his sword, he had always disliked and did not understand Su Fengnian. Li Chungang had been invincible for the first 40 years of his life, so he did not really understand the thoughts of the descendants of nobles. To a large extent, he was disdainful. He always felt that these nobles who relied on the protection of their ancestors were not worth mentioning. They could not endure hardships and were afraid of death. Therefore, in martial arts, they often lost to ordinary people, not to mention fighting side by side with geniuses like Wu Luding. When he came out of the Tide Listening Pavilion in Bailiang and found out that this kid was practicing the blade, he almost laughed his head off. The old god of swords softly muttered to himself. If this kid really went mad, would this old man be willing to give up 20 to 30% of his cultivation to draw out the turbulent yellow courtyard? Spiritual pills were produced in the Great Void Realm, and the 9 transformations heavy cauldrons. No one could see that the deep purple mark between Su Fengnian's eyebrows was shining brightly. Once he comprehended the longevity physique, 8 green lotuses bloomed. Su Fengnian's aperture acupoints emitted wisps of purple qi that lingered around the carriage. When the sun set, he finally opened his eyes and understood the essence of the grand yellow courtyard. He smiled and said, "The immortal bait of the past, I've tasted it today." When His Royal Highness bent down and walked out of the carriage, Princess Pei subconsciously took a few steps back. This person was like a bloody demon. It was truly terrifying. Not only Princess Pei, even Jiang and I, who revered ghosts and gods the most, immediately climbed back into the carriage. Li Chungang snorted coldly and said, "I stepped on dog shit again." Su Fengnian sniffed the smell on his body. It was pungent and unpleasant. Although his body was dirty, the impurities in his body had all been removed. He looked around and asked casually, "Is there a stream or a mountain spring nearby?" Yuan Meng, who did not remove his armor or saber, rode his horse over. When he saw this strange scene, he suppressed his shock and got down from his horse and respectfully said, "Reporting to Your Highness, there is a deep pool half a mile away." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Lead the way." When they arrived at the dark green pool, dozens of white horses had already set up a formation in the distance. They even dared to fight to the death when facing the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin. When facing the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, they could even draw their sabers. Who else could make them retreat at the last minute? Su Fengnian took off his spring thunder embroidered winter sabers and took off all his clothes. Among them was the Qilin silk armor that was claimed to be invulnerable, but was broken by the maiden's kick. He slowly walked into the pool. A large amount of blood immediately floated on the surface of the water, like a huge blooming red lotus. Su Fengnian spread out his hands and leaned on a cold stone with a solemn expression. He had narrowly escaped death this time. Riches and honor were found in danger. He had obtained the 4th stage of the Golden Hall stage, which had opened a total of 68 acupoints. The qi in his body was continuous like a river, and he had mastered it through a comprehensive study. It was too wonderful for words. He was confident that if he fought with his sabers again, not only would he be able to reach the Golden Hall stage in one go, but he would also be able to produce an endless green lotus with 2 qis. As long as his opponent was not Wang Mingyin, who was the strongest in the world and could kill him in one blow, even if it was the Red Armor Talisman General, he would have a 50-50 chance of winning by relying on the exquisite moves he had picked out from the miscellaneous secret manuals. Su Fengnian's body dived down a little, and the surface of the water was level with his chin. He lightly blew, causing ripples to appear. He muttered to himself, "Now that I have obtained 4 Red Armor Talisman Generals, half a wooden horse ox, and a saber manual, it can be considered a great harvest, right?" Su Fengnian's eyes were gloomy. "Don't forget that there is still a Princess Jing and..." Naked, he stood up and walked out of the pool. Yu Yue was holding a brand new set of ivory jade robes. She turned her head and did not dare to look at His Royal Highness directly. Su Fengnian put on his clothes and silently walked back to the carriage. He entered the carriage and stared blankly at the unconscious blue bird. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the delicate and pretty face that he had forgotten to carefully examine because he was too close to her. Some people were always standing quietly beside or behind you. Only when you were careless and could not see them again did you realize that you did not even remember their appearance clearly. Su Fengnian clenched his teeth and fiercely suppressed the urge to turn Wang Mingyin's corpse into a Red Armor Talisman General. He mocked himself. "I still blame myself for being too useless. Whether it's eldest sister who dotes on me the most, second sister who never seems to need anyone to take care of her, or Huang Manor who was born in the Vajra realm. Even if you don't feel the need, I still want to be able to protect you one day. Su Xiao was unable to protect our mother back then. I can't make the same mistake again." Su Fengnian slowly let go of the hilt of his saber. He picked up a leaf that he plucked from the forest and placed it next to his lips to softly play a tune. The ballad of the spring god ended. Su Fengnian muttered with red eyes, "Mother." At this moment he suddenly heard the extremely rhythmic rumbling of horse hooves, followed by an earth-shattering voice that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, completely destroying the mood. "Your Highness Lucio, or has committed a capital crime. Lucio, or deserves to die. If anything happens to your Highness Lucio, or will risk her life to go and open the backyard of King of Jing and Zhao Heng, that old turtle." Chapter 222. Princess Consort Jing, and watched as a fat pig that probably weighed over 300 caddies rolled down from a luxurious carriage. It howled in grief as if 18 generations of its ancestors had died. Then it rolled to the front of the carriage that His Highness the heir apparent was not in. Pitiful Jiang and I helplessly lifted the curtain, and timidly said that the fellow was not in this carriage. The fat pig's wailing only paused for a moment before it pierced people's eardrums again. He rolled and crawled to the back of the carriage, not minding that his expensive brocade clothes were stained with mud. He suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop, immediately creating 2 pits under his knees. His eyes were filled with tears, and he did not care about his snot and tears. He only cared about his heart and lungs. Princess Pei could barely accept it if it was a woman's strange behavior. But this big lump of fat wriggling and screaming was really creepy. She was suddenly shocked and her expression changed drastically. She remembered who this fat man was. It was Baoyang's most notorious and infuriating Lucio, or, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, as long as they fell into his hands, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Princess Pei subconsciously retreated again and again. She no longer felt that it was funny, but she felt cold all over. Sword Godly picked his earwax and turned a deaf ear. The main character, Su Fengnian, walked out of the carriage and jumped down. He was used to it and said calmly, "Fatty Chu, don't make a fuss. Can you have the demeanor of a general of the lower third rank?" Chu Lushan, who was far more notorious than His Royal Highness, knelt on the ground and sobbed, "Lucio," or was muddle-headed this time. "I don't have the face to go back to Bailiang to see the great general." Su Fingnian slapped Chu Lushan's swollen face with the winter-embroidered scabbard and said unhappily, "Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. Save some strength to go back and do evil in Xiangfan." Chu Lushan, who was so fat that his eyes could barely be seen, opened his eyes slightly and stood up shakily. While he was still bent over and had yet to straighten his back, he smiled sinisterly and said, "Your Highness, you can rest assured. Rong Lucio will stay in Qingzhou for a few more days. Only then will he be worthy of this king of Jing'an." After saying this, he turned to face His Royal Highness, and instantly put on a brilliant, tacky, and harmless face. He circled around, and then carefully rubbed Su Fingnian's arm. As if relieved of a burden, he said, Fortunately, your Highness is fine. Otherwise, Lucio, would not be able to absolve herself from the blame, even if she died 10,000 times." Su Fingnian said softly, "You can play around, but don't delay the important matters." The fat man's hands were long enough to reach his knees, and his earlobes were as big as Buddha's. He laughed and said, "Lucio, can't do any great deeds, but she is naturally good at small things that can't be shown in public." Princess Pei looked at the two men with different appearances talking over there. It seemed warm, but her palms were already sweaty. Originally, the deeds of Bailiang were all hearsay. Even if it was a tragic thing, it would not be true if it did not concern her. However, after coming to the Reed Marsh, she realized that there was almost no one normal from Bailiang. There was the Crown Prince of Bailiang who used a knife, the maid in green who used a spear, the old immortal who used a sheepskin fur coat with a sword, the 100 bodyguards and light cavalry, and the fat pig in front of her. Pei Nanwei had been in the prince's mansion some time ago. She heard that when this person came to Qingzhou, he killed several beautiful women from landowning households. When one of them was sent back to her family alive, it was said that she only had a penis left. There was also a rumor that a fair-skinned young lady in the prime of her youth was taken into a carriage on the street. In less than half an hour, her body with messy clothes was thrown out of the carriage at the end of the road. None of the officials of Qingzhou, who had always been protective of each other, dared to stop him. Su Fingnian said expressionlessly, "You can go back. There's nothing for you to do here for now." Chu Lushan's face was awkward, and he actually acted like a shy young lady. Pei Nanwei, who was secretly looking at them, felt nauseous and terrified. Su Fingnian smiled and patted the face of this proper third-level general. He joked, "I really don't know how you grow these few 100 pounds of flesh." Chu Lushan chuckled. He glanced at Princess Jing and out of the corner of his eye. He probably recognized her identity and naturally saw her as His Royal Highness's exclusive plaything. There was no obscenity in the eyes of the lecherous fatty, only an indescribable gloominess. Princess Pei almost had her heart and liver broken. Her limbs were weak as she slipped into the carriage, no longer daring to watch. Chu Lushan said with a face full of reluctance, "Your Highness, Lucio is going back now?" Su Fingnian gave an indifferent grunt of acknowledgement. Chu Lushan hesitated for a moment, then said that His Highness had lost weight. Lucio, wanted nothing more than to cut off her flesh and give it to His Highness. Only then did he return to the carriage and leave with a group of ferocious guards. During this time, he brushed shoulders with the halberd Ningame. He muttered, "Useless thing, and you call yourself a Bailiang? You're a ball." Although Ningame despised the style of this general's adopted son, she was very clear about public and private matters. She did not look down on Chu Lushan's outstanding military exploits that he had accumulated bit by bit in the spring and autumn war. Hearing this cold and gloomy nagging, she could only smile bitterly and did not refute. Su Fingnian was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. When he entered the carriage, it was slightly crowded. He kicked out the two pitiful young kuei that were close to his feet. The even more pitiful Princess Pei shrank back and leaned against Jiang and I, who was sitting in the corner. She did not forget to smile apologetically. Jiang and I never had any hostility towards beautiful women. If they were not on the same side as His Royal Highness, he would be even happier. Thus he politely smiled in return. Su Fengnian said coldly, "You guys go to the other carriage. Princess Pei, you clean up the stains there. Don't forget to fetch water yourself." Pei Nanwei did not haggle over this matter. Instead, she asked, "Aren't you afraid of retribution for associating with someone like Chu Lushan?" Su Fengnian sat close to Bluebird. Without raising his head, he said, "Yu Yue, go tell Ningamei to tell Chu Lushan that Princess Pei wants to talk to him all night about morality and righteousness." Princess Pei bit her lips. Her eyes were half filled with hatred and half fear. She stared at Su Fengnian's side profile. Yu Yue was the first to leave the carriage. Princess Pei was afraid that Yu Yue would really have someone stop Yu Yue. She hurriedly chased after Yu Yue. Seeing that she had no intention of pushing her into a pit of fire, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, when she lifted the curtain and saw the bloodstains on the carriage and the smell of blood that assailed her nostrils, she froze on the spot. Could it be that she really had to listen to his orders and do the work of a servant? Yu Yue, whose arms were still stained with Su Fengnian's blood, gently said, "There's always a first time for everything. It's good that you're alive. Princess Jing, and let's go. I'll take you to the pool." Su Fengnian continued to sit in silence. He gently held Bluebird's hand the entire time. In the curtain of night, General Qian Wu, who was sitting like a small mountain on Chu Lushan's side of the carriage, narrowed his eyes into slits. In his hand was a secret report that he had received long ago. It was densely packed with information about Jing and Palace. It didn't even include the fact that heir apparent Zhao Sun was secretly raising a canary that looked like Princess Jing'an. The only thing missing was the specific address. Chu Lushan put down the secret report. His 10 fingers crossed over his abdomen. No one would believe that this fat pig, whose military career was known for his cruelty, had once been jokingly called Chu Basha by Li Yishan at the Tide Listening Pavilion. This was not a derogatory remark, but rather an overestimation of Chu Lushan's talent and learning. Li Yishan personally said that Chu Lushan's ideas were beautiful, that he was adept at writing poems, and that he could write poems with his hands crossed. Generally speaking, among the scholars in the literary world, those who were quick-witted could compose poems in just a few steps. But this fat pig, who was addicted to good people's milk, could write poems with his hands crossed 8 times. Moreover, his poems were not ordinary. These words were personally commented by Li Yishan, so naturally there was no exaggeration. Su Fengnian didn't believe it at first, but later he had no choice but to believe it. One time he asked Lu Qiu, or face-to-face, why she didn't rely on this to win scholarly honor in the past. He never thought that this fat pig would smile and say that it would be too unfair to the old bird under her. Who would have thought that the number 1 person in both civil and military affairs in the Bailiang army was Lu Qiu, who only had a fierce reputation? Chu Lushan lightly crossed his 10 fingers a few times. Every time he crossed his fingers, he reported a person's name. There was King of Jing'an's eldest legitimate son, Zhao Sun, as well as several of his other sons. After the 8 crosses, not a single one was left out. Even a few of Qingzhou's feudal officials who were very close to the Jing'an palace were not let off. Lu Qiu opened her eyes and laughed like a Mithraea. She said, "Have you guys cleaned your buttocks yet?" Chapter 223. Chu Lushan did not enter Xiangfan City directly. Instead, he boarded the ship and went to the Spring God Lake. In the middle of the night, Chu Lushan, who was sleeping in his room and snoring loudly, slowly woke up. Outside the room, a trusted subordinate who accompanied him out of Bailiang said softly, "General, we have arrived. They are requesting to board the ship." For the first time, Chu Lushan did not put on airs. He said in a low voice, "Go back and tell them that I am going to meet them." When Chu Lushan got up, the sturdy bed creaked. He went to the window and saw a large ship from Qingzhou approaching carefully. There was no flag on it. If he did not receive news that His Royal Highness was assassinated and had no choice but to rush over, he would have met with the ship outside during the day. The person on the boat was a local tyrant in Qingzhou. The reason why the Green faction was able to bully others in the imperial court was because of their ability to act on the whims of the wind and to form an alliance with the aristocratic families through marriage. The person they were about to meet was a roly-poly in the green faction, one of the few old consecrators. Since Chu Lushan was able to put up a good show, he was naturally very meticulous. However, during the Spring and Autumn Kingdom War, he was completely devoid of conscience, and thus covered it up. After tidying up his clothes, Chu Lushan walked out of the room. Because his body size was too rare, the deck that connected the two ships was widened. There were 3 more boards than usual. Presumably, they were afraid that the board would not be able to bear the weight and cause the infamous general of Bailiang, Qian Wu, to fall into the water. Chu Lushan strode forward. Even though the deck was stacked with 2 layers, it was still bent by his terrifying weight. The elegant middle-aged Confucian scholar opposite him was sweating. When the adopted son of the king of Bailiang boarded the ship, he immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Lu Dongjiang welcomes General Chu." "Lu Dongjiang's rank is the same as mine. It is not appropriate," Chu Lushan said with a smile. Although he was polite, he did not help Lu Dongjiang up. If this scene was seen by the officials of Qingzhou, it would cause a huge commotion. Lu Dongjiang was the governor of Taishi County in Qingzhou. His father was the previous governor of Qingzhou. Most importantly, the ancestor of the Lu family who was still alive was one of the 14 pillars of the dynasty. Together with the other 2 old consecrators, they were the leaders of the Green Party. Lu Dongjiang's family's knowledge was profound. He was especially good at writing big regular script, which was his strength, but it did not lose its charm. Hence he was called Lu Dongjiang. In the palace examination in the early years, even the late emperor was full of praise after seeing Lu Dongjiang's writing. Lu Dongjiang's grandfather, Lu Feiqi, was an important official of 2 dynasties. He had moved through the 3 ministries of military and civil affairs. He had once formed a cabinet with the old Grand Secretary. His experience and popularity were first class in the Liang dynasty. Even though he retired a few years ago due to health reasons, he was still greatly favored by the emperor and retained the title of Pillar of the State. Last year, this Pillar of the State caught a cold. The current emperor personally sent an imperial envoy to Qingzhou to greet him. It could be said that in Qingzhou, whether it was Lu Dongjiang's talent or his family background, perhaps only the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, was worthy of his careful treatment. There was not a single idle person on the ship. Other than Lu Dongjiang, there were only a few elite men of sacrifice who had served the Lu family for generations. Chu Lushan nodded lightly at this arrangement. Lu Dongjiang led the way in front, and went straight to the 3rd floor. After opening the door, he did not enter with Chu Lushan. Chu Lushan's body was too fat. When he stepped over the threshold, he stretched slightly and his wide sleeves were pulled. Lu Dongjiang hurriedly helped to untie the restraints. There was a soft laugh coming from the room. When Lu Dongjiang heard it, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He carefully raised his head and glanced at Chu Lushan. Seeing that this fatty was not acting strangely, he suppressed the urge to reprimand him. He was annoyed at this mischievous daughter of his. How could she be so troublesome? Normally, she relied on the old ancestors' pampering and mischievous style. Today, at such a critical time when the rise and fall of the family was at stake, she still did not know how to restrain herself. Let's see how he would deal with her when she returned home. Chu Lushan entered the room with incense burners in the 4 corners. He sniffed and felt relaxed and happy. The fatty looked over and smiled. This was indeed a first-class large family in Qingzhou. The East and West burners were the East Yu plum green incense burner, and the West Shu pink 5-legged incense burner. The North and South burners were the West Shu brown glazed lotus stem aromatherapy burner, and the Longquan Dotsai porcelain burner. Just these 4 little burners, which were originally tributes to the imperial palace, were worth a lot of silver. Chu Lushan glanced at the incense burners as if there was no one else around. Only then did he look at the old man sitting on a couch in front of him. His beard and eyebrows were snow white, and his 2 long eyebrows hung down. He wore a warm smile, which made him appear even more benevolent and kind, and his aura was otherworldly. This was probably the pinnacle of the nourishing beauty residence. Beside the old man was a young and graceful woman gently massaging his back. She was the one who had laughed out loud at Chu Lushan's embarrassment when he stepped through the door. The old man saw Chu Lushan standing in the room without the courtesy of a junior, or the attitude of a subordinate. He didn't take it to heart. He only smiled and patted the back of the woman's hand. Yener, go get a chair for General Chu. There was a large yellow pear-wood chair tailor-made for Chu Lushan in the room. It was a small and luxurious chair that had to be hastily made by a craftsman. From this, one could see how much importance the Lu family placed on Chu Lushan. In reality, the carpenter was still under house arrest by the Lu family for fear that someone with ulterior motives would find clues because of the chair. He was lucky that he hadn't been killed to silence him. While his great-granddaughter was moving the chair, the old man, who was still one of the 4 pillars of the imperial court, smiled and said, General Chu, don't lower yourself to Yener's level. She's used to being spoiled at home and doesn't understand etiquette. Ancestor. The woman protested coquettishly to show her dissatisfaction. However, after moving the chair, she didn't forget to give Chu Lushan a small bow. She didn't show the disgust of seeing a fat pig or the fear of hearing of Lu Qiu's reputation as an ordinary woman. One of the few remaining elders of the Green Party saw this and smiled slightly. Chapter 224. This woman was the oval-faced beauty who made tea for His Royal Highness a few days ago on the Yellow Dragon ship. After Su Fengnian made the Qingzhou Navy lose face, in the following days, she was the least afraid of the gossip of her friends on the ship. She was even touched by Beiliang's crown prince many times. These few days, Qingzhou seemed to be calm, but under the surface, the Qingzhou aristocracy received a few secret letters from the capital. The rest of the Qingzhou aristocracy, who had a similar reputation to Lu Feiqi, were still in the imperial court in the capital. The contents of the letters they sent back were exactly the same. In summary, it could be summed up in one word: wait. The fat on Chu Lushan's cheeks trembled slightly as he smiled and said, It's fine, it's fine. Miss Lu has made tea for His Highness before. It's fine even if she comes up and slaps Chu Lushan a few times. The young woman who just sat beside the old ancestor asked innocently, Really? Lu Feiqi unknowingly increased his tone and said, Yener, don't be presumptuous. The young woman immediately lowered her eyes and carefully massaged the old ancestor's shoulders. Lu Feiqi still seemed unsatisfied and said calmly, Didn't you say you were hungry 2 hours ago? Go ask your father for some supper. Lu Qingyan made a no sound and secretly stuck out her tongue. She unwillingly got off the bed and left the room. After closing the door, she saw her father's sour face. She walked closer and held Lu Dongjiang's arm and said coquettishly, My good father, who are you angry at? Yener will scold him for you. Lu Dongjiang said helplessly. In the end, he couldn't bear to scold his beloved daughter. Firstly, she was the smartest among the children. Secondly, the old ancestor was good at reading faces and doted on his great-granddaughter. In the 3 generations of the family, there were close to 100 people. Even Lu Dongjiang himself didn't have the qualifications to be personally taught by the old ancestor. However, Yener had followed the old ancestor and learned to read since she was young. Lu Dongjiang walked to the bow of the boat and stood against the wind. He was really handsome. At that time, there were many women in Qingzhou who adored him, but in the end, Lu Dongjiang only married a woman from an ordinary family in Qingzhou under the arrangement of the old ancestor. Therefore, Lu Qingyan's birth mother could only be considered virtuous, but not knowledgeable. These years, she had been teased by her peers and friends. Lu Dongjiang also liked to travel with prostitutes. He also had some friendship with Li Baisher, who was both beautiful in Xiangfan City. Therefore, there were some common poems in the scholarly circle. Lu Dongjiang's second daughter was personally married off to Beiliang by the old ancestor. However, this son-in-law of an aristocratic family had no deep connection with a prince with a different surname. His family was at the bottom of the second class in Beiliang, and was far from being worthy of the Lu family. It was no wonder that his second daughter complained every time she returned to her parents' home. This time, Wei Wei arbitrarily used the Yellow Dragon warship to provoke them. Lu Dongjiang was the first to receive the news and immediately wanted to stop his daughter, who wanted to join in the fun. However, the old ancestor, who had not paid attention to worldly affairs for many years, unexpectedly acted out of character and refuted his actions. As for today's private meeting with Chu Lushan on the Spring God Lake, it didn't seem to be an impromptu idea. Lu Dongjiang was undoubtedly kept in the dark about all of this. He didn't even know as much as his daughter. This made Governor Lu, who had a smooth career, a little discouraged. Lu Qingyan skipped over to the bow of the ship to tease a young man who had been brought back by the old ancestor when he was young. This man of sacrifice, who could kill several martial artists raised by the Lu family at the age of 10, followed the Lu family's surname, and was named Do. The most extraordinary thing was that this person had double pupils, which was rare even in the vast history of the Qing dynasty. That was, one eye contained two pupils. Lu Dongjiang didn't have any good feelings about this young man, and even somewhat didn't dare to look him in the eye. If Lu Do wasn't a servant that the old ancestor especially valued, and if Yen'er wasn't saved from the claws of a wild bear when she was young, Lu Dongjiang really wouldn't be willing to get close to him. For some reason, Yen'er was very close to this person of the same age as her, and he only smiled at Yen'er. Lu Qingyan patted the Lu family's trusted man of sacrifice who was clad in heavy armor, and asked with a smile, "Lu Do, can you beat that Lu Qiu?" "It's that fatty." The young man nodded without hesitation. Lu Dongjiang panicked and whispered, "Yen'er, don't talk nonsense." There was a touch of disdain in the young man's eyes that did not match his identity, but it was hidden very deeply and disappeared in a flash. However, when he turned to face Lu Qingyan, his determined face was still sincere and kind. After an hour, Lu Qiu walked out of the room. Lu Dongjiang and Lu Qingyan naturally had to send her off personally. Lu Qiu intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the man of sacrifice Lu Do standing at the bow of the ship with a strange smile on the corner of her mouth. Lu Dongjiang waited for the ship to leave before he pulled Lu Qingyan back to the old ancestor's room. Seeing that the old ancestor showed signs of fatigue that was difficult to hide, Lu Qingyan hurriedly went forward to massage his shoulders and back. Lu Feiqi of the Pillar Kingdom, whose hair was as white as snow, glanced sideways at his grandson who was considered the most accomplished in the family. He stretched out his hand to signal the uneasy Lu Dongjiang to pick a chair and sit down. After the latter sat down meticulously, he quietly murmured with emotion, "The people of Qingzhou are not lacking in intelligence, but they can't get rid of this craftsmanship. Gu Jiantong's ability has never been weak. It's just that when compared to Su Xiao, he has this deadly old-fashioned craftiness." Looking again at his great-granddaughter Lu Qingyan, Lu Feiqi smiled and the fatigue on his face dissipated a little. He once again faced his grandson Lu Dongjiang and said earnestly, "Wen Tai, Hong Lingshu and the other old fellows must be watching this time. Their secret letters to their descendants are nothing more than waiting for Su Xiao in the imperial court to suffer another setback, and waiting for the king of Jing and to teach the domineering heir of Beiliang a lesson. Only then will they be willing to state their position. But they don't know that there is no such thing as a stable and good thing in the world. In the end, they are unwilling to let go of the little knot that Su Xiao suffered a lot in the past. They have forgotten that living to our age, in the end, is just to seek good fortune for our descendants." Seeing that Lu Dongjiang only nodded in agreement, Lu Feiqi sighed and waved his hand. "You can leave first. Let Yen'er accompany me for a chat." Lu Dongjiang was still polite, and left the room without leaving a trace. The old man retracted his gaze. The Pillar Kingdom slowly closed his eyes and shook his head. "Tell me the truth, do you like that man with double pupils?" Lu Qingyan smiled. "I quite like him. If I don't like him, how would little Do be willing to work for him?" The old man squinted his eyes and smiled. "That's right. It's a pity that your father doesn't know the weight of the word affection." Chapter 225. Affection? Lu Qingyan was at a loss. Of course, she understood the importance of affection. There were thousands of ways to control people in the rich and powerful families. To put it bluntly, it was a combination of kindness and power. Since kindness was first followed by power, it naturally meant that affection was important. However, when it came from the old ancestor's mouth, the weight seemed to be much heavier than she had imagined. The old consecrator of the Green Party, who had seen the vicissitudes of life, turned his head to look at the plum-green incense burner. Its shape was like a spiral mountain range, engraved with the three celestial mountains of Penglai, Bo and Yingzhou. 3 wisps of purple smoke curled up from the hollow mountain, creating a mysterious scene. Lu Qingyan had been with the old ancestor for many years. When she realized that the aroma had faded, she immediately ran to add more charcoal. The incense in the burner was made from ambergris imported from the South Sea. It was sandwiched with the unique watergrass of Qingzhou and made into a fragrant cake. Therefore, the aroma was moderately rich and lingered for a long time. The smoke was not heavy and did not choke the nose. Lu Feiqi retracted his gaze and said softly, "Accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. The smart people around the emperor can be divided into 3 levels of intelligence. The great talents help the people, and are the best people who help the country. The blue-eyed Zhongjulu is undoubtedly this type of person. The middle ones can guard a province and control several counties. If they are used too much, they will cause chaos and bring disaster to the country. If they are used too little, it will be a waste of talent. Our Qingzhou's Wentai and Honglingshu are all in this category. If your father Lu Dongjiang can train himself in the future, he can also barely be considered. The lowest are those who only know how to flatter the emperor. Their talents are average, but they are born to be observant. Yen, do you know why the great talents who have assisted the emperor in the past have not ended up as good as the little talents?" Lu Qingyan whispered. "Great merits intimidate the emperor?" Lu Feiqi did not comment and said indifferently, "Isn't it true that the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, has great merits intimidated the emperor? Why can this butcher live to this day, divide the land and seal the border, and have 300,000 elite soldiers in his hands? There is no other reason than affection. When interacting with the emperor, affection far surpasses talent. Why can the eunuchs participate in politics and why can the relatives of the emperor hold power? Wasn't it because of the monarch's sentiments? The relationship between Su Xiao and the late emperor was less than that between father and son, but more than that between brothers. It was not easy. Therefore, even after the late emperor passed away, this friendship was more or less passed down to the current emperor. When they fought for the throne, Su Xiao just looked on coldly from the sidelines. This was not a merit, but a friendship that ordinary people did not know. Later, when Empress Zhaoji wanted to recruit the crown prince of Bailiang as her son-in-law, Wen Tai and the others felt that the relationship between the emperor and Su Xiao was over. They were anxious to hit Su Xiao when he was down, so they joined Sun Shiji and the other old thieves in the court. Zhaoji's breadth of mind wasn't simple. In my opinion, half of it was because she wanted to test Su Xiao's bottom line, and the other half was because she wanted to protect Bailiang and the Su family. Even if Su Xiao refused, she wouldn't really get angry. This time, Su Xiao came to the capital. How was it? Didn't he still get it and inherit it? If it was someone else, even if it was the king of Yan, would he have succeeded? Lu Qingyan carefully said, "Old ancestor, how much of the relationship between ruler and subject that the king of Bailiang painstakingly accumulated in his military life is left?" Lu Feiqi smiled and said, "There isn't much left. No matter how much affection there is, it can't withstand Su Xiao's repeated torment. It's just that the king of Yan, the king of Guangling, and the other vassals are still alive. The late emperor didn't let Gu Jiantang rush to Bailiang to become the king of a different surname. Gu Jiantang was too slick and didn't want to make enemies. How could the late emperor be at ease to let him go thousands of li away to become the king? Su Xiao, this cripple, is clumsy in his sharpness. Gu Jiantang's maturity can't compare. In the past, there were people in the dynasty who said that if Su Xiao's troops were handed over to Gu Jiantang, he could still destroy the 6 states. These words weren't false. It's just that in the end, he couldn't escape being cooked after the cunning rabbit has been caught. This old consecrator who had lived in Qingzhou for a long time smiled slightly and said, "I'll tell you some more things. The reason why we took the risk to come to Spring God Lake was because the qi that our green faction had gathered for 2 generations with great difficulty had dissipated. That Baiyin was amazing. He had only been in power for a few years, and he had already made old man when obedient. If that was all, it wouldn't be so bad. But Honglingshu, this old bastard, originally wanted to push a few of his useless sons to the top before he came down. One of them would enter the capital to become the Big Yellow Sect. Another would become the county chief, and the remaining one, who couldn't read or write, would go to Wei and ask for the Qingzhou Navy. Everything was ruined by Bai Yan, and he even handed Yangling County to Old Man Wen's favorite disciple. Honglingshu was good at everything, But he was too narrow-minded. Although he could see that this was by Yan's overt scheme, he still couldn't help but be angry. After a while, he completely distanced himself from Old Man One. The remaining few old fellows in Qingzhou who could speak in the imperial court also refused to stop. They were either secretly roped in by Gu Jiantang, or flirting with people like the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji. Actually, anyone could see the future of the Green faction. But when it came to themselves, they couldn't care about the big picture. Our Qingzhou has long been condemned by the ancients as forgetting righteousness for the sake of profit. Lu Qingyan giggled. If the old ancestor was still in the capital, he wouldn't have allowed them to act so recklessly. Lu Feiqi rubbed his great-granddaughter's head, squinted his eyes and smiled. You little bootlicker. The old man sighed. How am I not a person who forgets righteousness for the sake of profit? I can only laugh at these old farts in front of you, little girl. Who knows, it might be their turn to silently criticize me tomorrow. Lu Qingyan snorted. How dare they? Yan, or we'll let Lu Do kill their whole family tomorrow. Lu Feiqi stroked his beard and laughed heartily. There are very few truly smart people in this world, but there are also very few truly stupid people. Your father's so-called descendants of wealthy families don't really understand this principle. It's just that the world is peaceful now, and they can't bear to see the tragic people's hearts stirred during troubled times. The Lu family's aides and officials who wish they could dig out their hearts and organs to call themselves loyal are not that important in my opinion. Scholars from poor families only study for food and clothing, while nobles only study for a bright future. Those who study for righteousness and wisdom are few and far between. It's a pity that so many history books that recorded the bloody lessons of our ancestors have been lost. Lu Qingyan nodded. Of course, scholars who study for nothing are useless. Only those who study for a living can be considered inferior in all aspects. Only by studying for a living can one be considered superior. Chapter 226. The old man laughed and praised. You have to let your father hear this. Lu Qingyan made a naughty face. That won't do. Father will definitely nag at Yan about this and that. Lu Feiqi restrained his smile, and slowly got up with Lu Qingyan's help. He walked to the window and sighed softly. It's not strange that Crown Prince Zhao Sun lost to His Highness Bailiang, but it's interesting that even King of Jing'an, who was determined to cut off all means of retreat, couldn't keep him. This is interesting. Just now, Chu Lushan said that he wouldn't fight back even if you slapped him. Yan don't think that it was a joke. This smiling Lu Qiu is very serious. Lu Qingyan exclaimed in surprise. It's the truth? Yan thought it was a joke to warm up the atmosphere. Lu Feiqi smiled faintly. That's why I'm prepared to let you enter Bailiang Palace. I don't expect to be the official wife, but I'm going to ask for a concubine for you. In terms of courage, those two old fellows, Wen and Hong, have never been able to match me in their entire lives. Lu Qingyan, who had been praised by her ancestor as having telepathy since she was young, had some guesses. But after hearing it with her own ears, she was still shocked and didn't dare to speak for a while. Lu Feiqi patted the back of her hand and said kindly, Go watch the incense burner. This thing can't be careless. Watching his great-granddaughter run to the incense burner and fiddle with the charcoal fire, the old man looked at the lake. The breeze brushed his face and his white beard fluttered in the wind. It was truly an extraordinary style. After thinking for a while, he said softly, Yan give Lu Do to Chu Lushan tomorrow. This young Fan City's fire is right. Lu Qingyan obediently said, Oh. Lu Feiqi turned around and picked up a piece of old ginger from the food box on the shelf. He put it in his mouth and suddenly asked, I heard that His Royal Highness is very handsome. Lu Qingyan was startled and raised her head with a smile. He's very good-looking. Lu Feiqi slowly chewed on the slightly spicy ginger and stroked his beard with squinted eyes. It seems that he's half as handsome as our ancestor back then? Lu Qingyan stretched out a finger and drew a line on her cheek. Ancestor, you're shameless. The old man was not angry. He walked over and bent down to wipe away the black charcoal on his great-granddaughter's face. He said dotingly, Married daughters are like spilled water. You're not even married and you're already siding with an outsider. I've doted on you for all these years in vain. Lu Qingyan's eyes suddenly turned red. She sobbed and shouted, I won't get married. I won't get married. Lu Feiqi chuckled and said, "Silly girl." The old ancestor's final words to Yen'er were, "Marry and follow your husband." If you really want our Lu family to prosper, when the old ancestor enters the coffin in the future, regardless of what your parents say or how the family begs you, you must remember to think of your husband first. This is the foundation for the Lu family to stand out from the chaos in Qingzhou. Your handsome future husband was able to make the king of Jing and take such a risk. Half of it is his ability, and the other half is his lack of maturity. However, he's still young. As long as he has the spirit, it's not impossible for him to be a king of Bailiang who won't lose to lame Su. The old man looked at the starry sky and whispered a sentence that made Lu Qingyan confused. Occupying the north and looking south, a python swallowing a dragon. Su Fengnian did not go near the bonfire where Ningame was. Instead, he lay on the grass at the top of the hill and stared at the bright Milky Way in a daze. Not long ago, he had fed Blue Bird the Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir, which was extremely precious in the Taoist master's residence. There were only 2 in a box. It was said that it could prolong one's life and was no different from prolonging one's life. It was only slightly inferior to the elixir refined by Qi Xianju. Back then, when the old god of swords Li Chungang went to the demon-slaying platform of Dragon Tiger Mountain, he asked for the elixir that was rumored to be able to bring the dead back to life. Therefore, when he saw the 2 Dragon Tiger Golden Elixirs after the box was opened, the knowledgeable Li Chungang asked if he was willing to give it to the maid in green. The old god of swords' original intention was that the maid's injuries were no longer serious, and that her survival was certain. This priceless golden elixir was not necessary and seemed to be a waste. Unexpectedly, His Royal Highness calmly said that he was willing, and then directly asked when the second golden elixir was suitable to be consumed. The old man wearing the sheepskin coat came to His Royal Highness' side and sat down. He pulled out a piece of licorice and held it in his mouth. He lamented, "The sky is like a dome that covers the wilderness. Who isn't a frog in the well?" Su Fengnian laughed. "Old senior, this doesn't sound like something you would say." The old god of swords curled his lips and said self-deprecatingly, "In front of the little mud man, of course I have to put on the airs of an expert. Otherwise, how can I trick her into practicing swordplay with this old man?" Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and imitated the old god of swords to pull out a piece of licorice. He flicked away the dirt and put it in his mouth to chew. He said vaguely, "It's sweet. In the past, I used to sleep in this kind of desolate place with old Huang. There was no bed or blanket. I would curse when I had nothing to do. When I was really out of energy, old Huang would pass me this kind of licorice." The old god of swords said calmly, "Those few strokes of yours in the reed marsh must be the 9 swords of the 9 swords of the 9 swords of the 9 swords of the 9 swords. Although this old man has never seen this person use his sword, the first 8 swords are still okay, and can only be considered ordinary superior swordsmanship. The 9th sword, however, is truly the style of a master. How long have you secretly practiced it for?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I only read the sword manual and have never really practiced it. I don't know why I was able to use it during the day." Old man Li's face was full of doubt. Su Fengnian sat up and turned his head to ask, "Old senior, why didn't you accept the sword case?" The old god of swords laughed and said, "Then why didn't you eagerly flip through that peerless sword manual?" Su Fengnian lay down again and crossed his legs. The old god of swords laughed loudly and said, "If the heavens didn't give birth to me, Li Chungang, the path of the sword would be as long as the night." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "You can boast about this to Ginger Mud." The old god of swords stood up and kicked off the little rascal's crossed legs. He said angrily, "Get up. This old man will let you know if these words are boasting or not." Su Fengnian was stunned and said in disbelief, "Are you going to teach me superior swordsmanship?" The old man sneered and said, "Superior swordsmanship is nothing in the eyes of the world. This old man will teach you the green snake in 2 sleeves tonight." Chapter 227. The Heavenly Platform of the Imperial Astronomer. In addition to numerous complicated observation instruments, the top floor was also used to store books. The 3 walls of books were several feet high, so many ladders were needed to hold the books. It was already late at night. Only an old man and his errand boy were there. The old man had read too much that his eyes were hurt. With an ancient book under his arm, he staggered out of the inner room and came to the path of picking stars that protruded out of a wall. This path abruptly extended out of the attic and was about 6 feet long. It was inlaid with 81 large pieces of white marble, glittering and translucent. Walking on the road and looking down, timid people's legs would definitely tremble. Standing here, one could have a panoramic view of the imperial palace, which was against the rules. Therefore, there was no record of the heavenly platform in any map or document of the current dynasty. The old man walked to the end of the Jade Road and looked up. The little attendant hurried to put on a coat for Jianzheng. The little attendant with red lips and white teeth was not afraid of heights. He sat down on the side and dangled his feet in the air. He accompanied the old man to look at the vast starry sky, lost in thought. The little attendant asked softly, "Grandpa Jianzheng, can you really see anything? I heard from Lord Xia, that he saw with his own eyes 8 great pillars of qi rising into the sky from the territories of the 8 kingdoms. And then they collapsed one by one. Now only our Liang dynasty is left, and it reaches the heaven." Since he was called Jianzheng, he was naturally the first person in the imperial astronomer, Nan Huayu. The old man gathered his coat and smiled. "I'm old and my eyes are not good. I can't see clearly." The young attendant said disapprovingly, "Grandpa Jianzheng, you have heaven's eye. Can't you see clearly?" The old man smiled helplessly. "Heaven's eye? Can you believe Huang Sanjia's words? That little bookcase, that old bastard wants to use the position under but to lay out the layout for him. You can't take it seriously. If we talk about heaven's eye, he has it. My qigong is far inferior." The attendant said, "No, didn't Grandpa Jianzheng play 2 games of chess with that Huang Sanjia? You lost first and then won. How can you be worse than him? Next, he can only call himself Huang Liangjia." The old eunuch shook his head and said, No. It's just that halfway through the game, Huang Sanjia didn't want to continue. Although I had the upper hand on the chessboard, he would be defeated if he played another 10 moves. Back then, I thought it would be a draw. 10 years ago, I thought that I would lose in 20 moves. Now that I thought about it, there were only 10 moves left. God knows if in a few days, I would think that I would lose in 5 moves. Maybe before I died, I would find out that Huang Sanjia only needed 1 move to turn the tables. Wang Jisun said that Huang Longshi's play was like Huayin's use of troops to conquer every enemy. These words were clearly a foreign language from someone who had only read the book and not personally played the game. It should have been Huayin's decision to deploy more troops. Huang Sanjia's true strength was in the mid-game. Only in the endgame could one see his foundation. It was a pity that there was no one in the world who could compete with him in the endgame. Presumably, this was the real reason he instigated the Spring and Autumn War. After all, a 3-chi chessboard was too small for him. Nan Huayu, who was treated as a state preceptor by His Majesty, called Little Bookcase, smacked his lips and said, "Then isn't this demon really invincible? Is it true that no one can beat him in chess?" The old man thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It seems that no one can beat him, but there are some who can draw." The boy's eyes lit up. He pulled on old Jianzheng's sleeve and asked impatiently, "Who is it?" The old man was afraid that little bookcase beside him would catch a cold. He first had the boy sit up, and then put a book under the boy's butt. Then he said slowly, "Back then, the late emperor personally came out to welcome him. Hundreds of thousands of Great Peace City's citizens lined the streets to welcome him. Little bookcase, who do you think it is?" The boy exclaimed, I know. The white-robed monk, the immortal who proposed enlightenment in the 2 Zen temples. Grandpa Jianzheng, can you really become a Buddha? Does that mean that I'll become a Buddha just by standing there? If that's true, then I also want to become a monk. Old Jianzheng said with a heavy tone, "I don't know if enlightenment is real or fake. I'm not a Buddhist after all. Even if I've read some Buddhist scriptures, I can't speak nonsense. But it's true that cultivating means spending money, practicing Zen, and spreading luck. If the ruler of a country is obsessed with Buddhism, it's definitely not a good thing. It's fine if you worship old Huang's purity. It's a waste of the country's wealth. It can be taken from the people and used by the people. But if you worship Buddha, it's hard to say. Once luck is scattered, Gathering it again is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When Buddhism first entered the Central Lands, it was criticized. It's not just the superficial ambiguity between Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. In reality, it's because Confucianism and Taoism, who value qi the most, are worried that Buddhism will ruin the momentum of the Central Lands. The boy said with a bitter expression, "Then I'd better not be a monk." The old man smiled and rubbed the boy's head. The boy raised his head and asked, "Grandpa Jianzheng, that king of Bailiang came to our imperial astronomer during the day. Why is everyone so afraid?" "I'm not afraid." Old Jianzheng stood and said, "It's good that you're not afraid. All right, we've slacked off enough. We should go back to work. After we finish editing this new calendar, I should close my eyes. If that white-robed monk gets there first, it'll be another immeasurable disaster. Fortunately, this old man who's about to die has the help of you, little bookcase. Ha! I reckon that I won't be able to be a human in my next life. This is the fate of revealing the secrets of heaven." The little attendant looked sorrowful. Nan Huayu squinted his eyes with some difficulty, and turned to look at Bailiang. He pointed and said softly, "Little bookcase, after I die, I'll rely on you to suppress that giant python." There were 2 big bunches of bonfires. Old Taoist Wei and a few other unusual retainers, as well as Yu Wei and Jiang and I, these womenfolk, occupied one bundle. The Phoenix Battalion surrounded the other bundle. The 2 bunches were far apart, which was a very well-behaved way of avoiding suspicion. Even though Pei Nanwei was a fallen phoenix, she still tried to maintain the dignified posture of Princess Jing'an. She had nothing to do, so she paid attention to the movements of the Phoenix Battalion. She could see the light cavalry who took turns to be on night duty coming and going in an orderly manner. After the battle, the 2 generals were seriously injured, but no matter if it was the generals or the soldiers, there was no dejection on their faces. Looking at their lips, it seemed that they were all talking about His Royal Highness. They were all in high spirits. The more united the Phoenix barracks became, the more uncomfortable Princess Consort Pei felt. Her original desire to escape from her prison gradually faded. How could a lowly prisoner who had fallen so low that she had to clean the carriages compare to the one and only Princess Consort Jing'an in Qingzhou? Pei Nanwei was disheartened. She reached out to the bonfire and warmed up a little. She looked to the left side and saw a plump beautiful woman holding a white cat accompanying her to find a pool. They chatted a little on the way, and she knew that their conversation was not ordinary. The young woman with a strange identity on the right side was really smart. Pei Nanwei, as a peerless beauty, still didn't dare to say that in a few years, she would be able to win over this plainly dressed woman. It didn't look like she was a maid. How could there be a maid who could fight with the heir of Bailiang? But it also wasn't right to say that she was a daughter of a noble family. That pair of rough little hands that couldn't be described as white jade and creamy were obviously a child from a poor family. This Bailiang was indeed full of strange people. She couldn't figure them out. Pei Nanwei couldn't help but look in the direction where His Royal Highness disappeared. What was this shameless bastard doing? Bailiang Palace, Tide Listening Pavilion. That night, White Fox's face, with the peerless saber at her waist, climbed to the 3rd floor. Chapter 228. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the small hut at the foot of the mountain in the shade of the 2 Zen temples, there was a loud snoring sound. It was an unattractive young woman. She spread her arms and legs and took up most of the bed. She turned around aggressively and accidentally kicked the bald middle-aged monk off the bed. The poor monk sat on the ground in a daze for a while. He got up and put on a white kasaya and walked out of the hut. There were 2 small rooms next door separated by wooden boards. The white-robed monk tiptoed to his daughter's room and covered her with a blanket. This girl's sleeping posture was exactly the same as her mother's, restless. When he came to his disciple's room, he saw that this little idiot was most likely having a good dream. She probably dreamt that she went to play with something and only cared about laughing. The shabbily decorated narrow room was neat and tidy. The shoes and socks of the 2 women in the house were always scattered all over the place. This stupid north and south were not the same. Everything was meticulously arranged, just like when he preached the sutras to the monks of the Hui generation in the temple. The white-robed monk walked out of the hut alone, and came to the 1000 Buddha Hall. The walls were painted with the Vajra Luohan fist technique, vivid and lifelike. The ground was uneven, with a total of 108 small footprints. It was rumored in Jianghu that this was the most powerful demon-subduing skill of the 2 Zen temples. Whoever could face the wall and observe the fist technique, and walk 108 steps correctly would be ranked among the top 3 martial artists in the world. The reason why this hall was called the Thousand Buddha Hall was because the 2 Zen temples carved a Buddha here every year. There were more than 1,000 Buddha statues here. The white-robed monk was this generation's tablet keeper, and also this generation's Thousand Buddha Hall statue monk. Standing at the door of the hall and looking out, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in all directions were the same. Compared to the 3-sided fist technique manual, it was even more magnificent. The first patriarch of the 2 Zen temples had left behind a Buddhist saying that anyone who entered the hall and saw or heard it would receive the seed of Bodhi liberation. A couplet hung in the hall. It has been 3,000 years since lotuses bloomed at every step. I have rebuilt the hall to worship the Luohan. After 81 difficulties, I am willing to give 28 ranks and teach the Dharma to all. However, ever since the white-robed monk returned from the far west to Tai and city and returned to the 2 Zen temples, he had only carved 1 Luohan statue. That year, he had brought the little monk's stupid Nambe back to the mountain. The white-robed monk looked up at the thousands of Buddha statues that were filled with moonlight after the door was opened and sighed. The little monk Wu Nanbei appeared behind the white-robed monk and asked worriedly, "Master, is your wife going down the mountain again tomorrow?" The white-robed monk accepted his fate and said, "Go, go. There aren't many copper coins left in the bowl anyway." Stupid north and south side. After going down the mountain a few times, I can only pick the most expensive cosmetics with mistress. What are we going to do in the future? Why are you awake? Just now I was holding hands with something in my dream. In the end, she knocked me on the head and I woke up. Hey master, why are you hitting me? What else did you do besides holding hands? No, just holding hands. What else can we do? Really? Monks don't lie. There are so many bodhisattvas and arhats in the 1,000 Buddhas hall watching you. Other than holding her hand, I also told this thing that I like her. No wonder you were hit. Master, the old abbot said that you are the reincarnation of the 3rd Arhat, the Immaculate Arhat. The Buddhist scriptures say that this bodhisattva has no worries. Why do you always have a bitter face for mistress and that thing? The great abbot also said that you are the last disciple of Buddha, Subhadhara. You received the bodhisattva fruit when Buddha was about to enter nirvana. It sounds very powerful. Why don't I see your wisdom and eloquence? Not to mention the temple and the foot of the mountain. We only have 4 people in the hut. Who can you argue with? Alas, the old abbot likes to praise everyone. There is nothing to be happy about being praised. Master, why don't you teach me how to play chess? Why do you want to learn chess? Mistress bought 2 boxes of chess at the foot of the mountain, but she doesn't know how to play. Mistress said that she can't beat you, so she can only play with me. My daughter is the smartest in the world, but learning chess is really not that amazing. Maybe she can't beat you. Master's copper coins will be wasted. It's okay, I'll let her. Idiot. How many games can you let her go? My whole life. Anyway, I'll just have to wait until I cultivate the Saraira. It's actually only a few decades. Okay, Master hasn't touched chess for some years. Go and get the chess box. Now? How can I dare to go to Mistress' room? I'll be beaten to death. I also don't dare to run. What if I run into the steel forest like before, and Mistress can't find me? Mistress will only give me half a bowl of rice. Where the Tao is, even if there are millions of people, I will still go. Don't you understand this principle? What's the point of practicing Buddhism? Master, isn't this the famous saying of the scholarly sage at the foot of the mountain? Is that so? It's absolutely true. Alas, I always heard the abbot in the temple say that you are very good at the once-in-a-decade lotus platform preaching. Even those scholars and Taoist masters admire you. It seems that they are bragging. Master, did you secretly give them copper coins? Nonsense. Isn't Mistress keeping an eye on Master's private money? Didn't you ask me to bury the pot under the Dragon Gate 20 stages stone tablet 2 days ago? Ha Nanbei, the moon is pretty good today. Wait here, master will go and get the chess box. After a while, the white-robed monk came back with 2 boxes of chess pieces and a rough chess block made by the little monk. The master and disciple sat on the ground in the Thousand Buddha Hall. The white-robed monk rolled his eyes at the chess block with crooked lines and abandoned it. Instead, he used his finger to carve 17 lines on the floor. The floor of the hall was carefully paved with a special stone material. It was called the diamond mirror by the people. There was once a swordsman who had achieved Tao and cut it with a sharp sword but did not leave a mark. Therefore, the 108 clear footprints showed the power of a sage. The little monk Wu Nanbei was not surprised by the lines his master drew with his finger. He only said with a sad face, "Master, the abbot is fine. The other abbot will definitely talk to me for a few days and nights." The white-robed monk said nonchalantly, "Let them nag." The little monk said with grief and indignation, "But they don't want to talk to you, master. They just won't let me go. Talk, talk, talk." This was the unique catchphrase of the strange family of 4 in this temple. The white-robed monk turned a deaf ear to it. He glanced at the 19 chess blocks and made a sound of surprise. He thought for a while and clapped his hands and laughed. "Wonderful, it's a pity there's no wine. Back then, master played 2 games to a draw with an old hooligan like you. They were 15 and 17. He said angrily that if there were 19, I wouldn't be his opponent. But looking at the situation at that time, this hooligan wasn't willing to be the first to propose 19. Stupid Nanbei, do you know who came up with the idea? I think it's Su Fingnian's second sister. She's called Su Weisheng. This name is very impressive. This thing has been envious of you for a long time. She complained that you didn't care about the name at all. Heh, actually I think this thing's name is nice. I just don't dare to say this to this thing. It's Su Fingnian again. When master goes back, I have to record how many cleavers he has in the account book. Master, you're recording cleavers every day now. If Su Fingnian really comes to the temple in the future, what should I do? Should I help this thing or you, master? What do you think? I'll help master first. When the time comes, I'll help this thing. Nanbei, master really didn't see it before. Turns out you're not stupid. Isn't that so? If you're not stupid, then you're still stupid. When the day comes when you're not stupid, this thing will really not like you. Ah, master, don't scare me. I won't be able to sleep at night. I won't have the energy to cook for you tomorrow. If that's the case, just pretend that master didn't say that. Master, I don't want to learn chess anymore. I want to go outside and chant scriptures. Stupid Nanbei, master told you that chanting scriptures is useless. The scriptures and the 1,000 Buddhas in this 1,000 Buddha hall are all dead things. If chanting scriptures could produce relics, the abbot would have burned tens of thousands of them. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll teach you how to play chess. The white-robed monk only roughly explained the rules of chess. In the first round he allowed 6 stones. Both the master and disciple placed their stones very quickly. The stupid Nanbei naturally lost. In the second round he allowed 5 stones. The little monk still lost. In the third round he allowed 4 stones. The little monk lost 3 rounds in a row. The white-robed monk frowned and said, "Nanbei, this won't do. How are you going to give this thing a handicap tomorrow, and not let her see that you're giving her a handicap?" The little monk, who had a serious expression once he did something seriously, nodded and said, "Master, I'll play more seriously." In the fourth round he only allowed 3 stones. According to common sense, the white-robed monk allowed fewer stones. Moreover, he didn't deliberately give the little monk a handicap. Naturally, the little monk's game should be getting worse and worse. In fact, after 4 rounds, the little monk's situation gradually improved. In the 5th round, the white-robed monk looked at the sky and said, "I won't give you any stones in this round. If you can last until the 160th round, you win. You can go play with this thing tomorrow." Chapter 229. The stupid North-South nodded vigorously. Just as he was about to start with the white piece, he accidentally saw an ant scurrying around in his cassock. The little monk smiled innocently and gently stretched out his 2 fingers that were still holding the chess piece. He let the little ant climb onto his hand, and then placed it on the ground. After it was far away, he placed the chess piece on the Vajra mirror. In the end, The little monk had made more than 170 moves in this game. The monk in white did not continue. He smiled and said, "Are you asleep now?" The little monk touched his bald head and said happily, "Okay." The monk in white waved his hand and said, "Go, leave the chess set in the chess box." The little monk nodded and got up to leave the Thousand Buddha Hall. The monk in white sat cross-legged and waited for his disciple to leave before returning to the hut. He then rested his chin on one hand and leaned his body to look at the chess game. The white-robed monk stretched his back and said softly, "Chao Zhongqing, you're still so patient. No wonder you're called Chao Guanzi." Apart from his words, the hall was still silent. The monk in white reached out and grabbed. The dozens of white chess pieces on the ground suddenly floated in the air. With a light flick, the chess pieces shot to the side like rain. After a while, a scholarly man dressed in a green robe appeared in the hall leisurely. He held the 16 chess pieces in his hand and flicked one chess piece with each move. The chess pieces were nowhere to be seen in the air. In the blink of an eye, 15 chess pieces were stuck to the monk's cassock. This frivolous monk who drank wine, ate meat, and even had a wife and a daughter did not move. However, the 1,000 Buddha statues in the hall were shaking together, as if they were being invaded by demons. Especially the few Vajra Bodhisattva statues. When they swayed back and forth, they were particularly intimidating. It must have been the 15 chess pieces that hit the monk's cassock. Each chess piece brought about a violent surge of chi activity and caused such a phenomenon. The handsome middle-aged scholar only had one chess piece left in his hand. He smiled and said, "Sure enough, no one in the world can break your Vajra realm." Without any movement from the monk in white, 15 white chess pieces fell from the cassock and quickly rolled back to their original positions on the Vajra mirror, as if they were endowed with intelligence. The white-robed monk calmly replied, "It's just Chao Guanzi's 15 mysterious fingers. Why don't you take out a celestial phenomenon cultivator and try?" The slender scholar smiled and gently tossed the chess piece in his hand onto the ground. It bounced forward a few times and obediently returned to its original position, just like the 15th chess piece. He shook his head and said, "I won't try anymore." Back then, the number one person in Beimang who was said to be able to fight with Qi Xianzhu came from the south. When you arrived at the two Zen temples, you still couldn't harm a hair on your body. However, in your anger, you left 108 Vajra prints on the ground. But I'm very curious. You always end up in a draw when you fight, but why do you still like to end up in a draw when you play chess? In the past, Huang Longshi used the lives of more than 300 monks to play against you, each playing one piece. In this game, 43 people died. Fortunately, you were able to draw. Later, after the Spring and Autumn War, Huang Longshi forced you to play again. However, he used the hundreds of Buddhist temples in the hundreds of counties in the world as chess pieces. If he lost, he would destroy one. If he won, he would let the Liang dynasty build one more. Why did you still end up in a draw? After I read the chess record, the chances of you winning the first game were indeed not high. However, in the second game, you clearly had a chance to beat Huang Longshi. The white-robed monk raised his head and looked at the world-famous Chao Guanzi. Similar to himself, this guy had also played chess with Huang Longshi. It was said that the two of them were close to the level of chess. Chao Guanzi was of course much better than those national chess players in the palace. However, in the face of this immortal in the eyes of the world, the white-robed monk was still as calm as an ancient well. He said calmly, "If I say that I'm in a hurry to go home and cook for my wife, would you believe me?" When Chao Guanzi heard this rare joke, he actually didn't laugh. He sighed and said regretfully, "Now that you even have a daughter, you don't have the patience to play chess with me until the end. It seems that I won't have the chance to play chess with you." The white-robed monk sneered and said, "Who wants to play chess with you? A game of chess can last for months or years." Chao Guanzi, whose real name was Chao Chongqing, was sitting opposite the white-robed monk. He looked at the chess game that he had already memorized by heart and said with a smile, "Your disciple is really amazing. No wonder he is regarded as the hope of the Dharma-ending tribulation by Buddhism." The white-robed monk said calmly, "Chao Chongqing, my temper is actually not as good as you think. You are willing to play chess with me, but I am also not willing to fight with you. Here, I found some good wine for you in the palace. Chao Guanzi took the wine pot from his waist and threw it to the white-robed monk. Then he picked up a white chess piece with his left hand and gently placed it down. He seemed to know that the white-robed monk wouldn't play chess with him. His right hand picked up a black chess piece and placed it on the ground, creating a scene of self-entertainment. He said, "Don't worry, I would rather compete with Dong Tai's peach blossom branch than have anything to do with you. The world only knows that you are invincible, but I know the terror of your angry eyes." The white-robed monk drank a mouthful of wine and frowned. He asked, "That Korean cat didn't make you stay?" Chao Guanzi played chess on his left and right. He shook his head and said, "It was a coincidence that we didn't meet this time." The white-robed monk wiped his mouth and asked, "You are a scholar from West Chu who is in dire straits. Are you still thinking about finding the little princess who is blessed with destiny and reviving the country?" Chao Guanzi looked lonely and said, "Why wouldn't I? Everyone said that she died with the emperor, but I still don't believe that the little princess is dead. West Chu's dragon aura still exists, but the imperial astronomer doesn't dare to admit it." The white-robed monk raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. "Chao Chongqing, are you here for my new calendar?" The Liang dynasty follows the old calendar, and was originally following the will of the heavens. However, after annexing the 8 countries, it is obviously no longer appropriate. The imperial astronomer is busy with this, but I am not in a hurry. Are you thinking of doing something? Leaving a chance for your little princess to revive the country? Chao Guanzi suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. He didn't straighten his back for a long time. The white-robed monk sighed and said, "Chao Chongqing, do you really not know that this is a shady business against the will of the heavens? Don't you know what happened to Heavenly Master Run on Mount Longhu?" Chao Guanzi, who had almost become the champion of Jianghu in one fell swoop, and whose pride didn't lose to anyone, still didn't straighten his back. The white-robed monk hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "It's not that I don't want to help, but the general trend is irresistible. The old West Chu can't succeed at all. So what if the Grand Preceptor, Sun Shiji, works from the inside and outside? Do you really think that everyone in the world is a fool who waits for death? Su Shao Gu Jiantang, the 6 vassal kings are not dead. Now Zhang and the one in the palace, Chao Chongqing, oh Chao Chongqing. The sage only said that you should turn the tide, but the tide has passed and the general situation has been decided. What can you do? Not to mention you. Even immortals like Qi Xuanjin can't do anything." Chao Guanzi straightened up and was speechless with a miserable expression. Outside the Thousand Buddha Hall, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Soon it was raining heavily. The white-robed monk looked down at the white chess piece that Chao Guanzi had placed on behalf of his disciple, and decided to ignore it. How could this be Chao Guanzi's flawless chess piece? For a moment, he felt a little sad and sighed deeply. Fine. This pot of wine is good. I can only guarantee that the little princess of West Chu won't die. As for the rest, I can't help. If you want to take a mile after taking an inch, I will go down the mountain and ask the palace for a pot of wine to return to you." Chao Guanzi bowed again, turned around and walked into the rain. This was what it meant to go forward despite thousands of people. The heroic spirit of the Confucian school existed forever. Even though the white-robed monk was in Buddhism, he still felt a little sad. The little monk, who was about to fall asleep, was awakened by the thunder and hurriedly ran over with an oil paper umbrella. He saw that there was an extra pot of wine in his master's hand, and thought of the middle-aged scholar, who had just walked out of the Thousand Buddha Hall. He asked in puzzlement, "Master, is this wine given to you by that scholar?" The white-robed monk nodded. The stupid North-South put away the umbrella and grinned. "I put one up and took one. I met this scholar just now, so I borrowed one from him." The white-robed monk glared at him. "Why did you borrow it from him? It will take years to return it to you. An umbrella costs a lot of copper coins." The little monk was troubled. "Then what should I do? I preached in the temple, but the head abbot didn't give me any copper coins. If that thing asks about it tomorrow, it will be bad." The white-robed monk said helplessly, "Forget it. Just say that I bought the wine." The little monk shouted gratefully, "Master." The white-robed monk rolled his eyes. "Master needs to go to the sutra depository in the temple to hide from your master's wife. Go to sleep." The little monk said nervously. Master, why don't I tell the truth to Master's wife? The white-robed monk stood up and knocked on his stupid disciple's head. Idiot! The little monk smiled brightly. The white-robed monk said earnestly, North-south, if Master's wife gets angry tomorrow, at most you will have to eat less and work more. But when your master's wife is in a bad mood, she likes to go down the mountain to buy clothes that she can't wear more than a few times a year. This is all Master's hard-earned money. The little monk suddenly understood. The white-robed monk smiled. Go to sleep. The little monk said. That thing is afraid of thunder. I will go outside and recite scriptures for her. The white-robed monk touched his bald head. This disciple, standing at the entrance of the Thousand Buddha Hall and looking at the stupid north-south who was running in the mud without caring about the rain, the white-robed monk murmured. Stupid north-south, you have a zen that doesn't let down Buddha and Qing. Chapter 230. In the night, White Fox stood in the outer corridor of the third floor of the tide-listening pavilion. It was hard to believe that this Bailiang Palace, which occupied an area second only to the king of Yanqi among the 7 kings, did not have a single master. Not to mention the early death of the princess Su Xiao, who had taken the title of Pillar of the State, was far away in the capital. Even His Royal Highness had run out of Bailiang. The eldest daughter Su Weisheng was still fine, as she was not judged by her appearance, but by her talent. She was still studying in the Shangyin Academy, while the youngest son of the king of Bailiang, Huang Manor, Su Longxiang, was practicing in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. This made White Fox laugh at himself when he occasionally took a break. When he met Su Longxiang, who was no different from a refugee or a beggar, he had never thought that he would be able to climb to the 3rd floor of the arsenal today. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario of doing business with the king of Bailiang, which was to read all the books in the tide-listening pavilion. Later, he borrowed Su Fengnian to embroider the winter and spring thunder sabers, but he did not regret or feel any heartache. For him, there was nothing to be reluctant to let go except to keep his life to practice the saber. White Fox put his hands on the cool railing, thinking a lot. Like the rest of the people, he used to have a big prejudice against Su Xiao, who had conquered the world and built this honorable mansion. However, after staying here for more than a year, and looking back at the hunchbacked and slightly lame old man, he always had a heartfelt admiration. The 11 barbarians inside and outside, those who dare to call themselves soldiers will be beheaded immediately. The world's territory, the sun and the moon, the mountains and rivers, all are the subjects of the Liang dynasty. These 2 bold words were not the armchair strategists of those poets and writers, but the words of the ignorant man Su Xiao, who had been criticized by scholars for many years because of his lack of knowledge. What was more commendable was that Su Xiao almost did it. This was simply inconceivable. Mr. Nangong, it's rare to see you slacking off. A cold voice came from behind White Fox with a slight smile. Bai Hu turned around and looked at the man in front of her. She shook her head and said, I don't dare to be called Mr. by military advisor Li. Congratulations on reaching the 3rd floor. You're 1 year faster than I expected. The one who came was none other than the state scholar Li Yishan. In the spring and autumn war where talents emerged in large numbers and strategists resplendent, he was still the most outstanding. Back then this person and Western Shu's Zhao Guangling were known as Surintu's left and right arms, left Zhao and right Li Yishan. Generally speaking, one person was the strategist, the other the decisive. Among them, Zhao Guangling was proficient in Changyang stratagems, while Li Yishan focused on scheming. Many of the schemes that harmed the virtue of the underworld came from his hands. The 2 worked together, their coordination was flawless. Zhao Guangling vomited blood and died in the territory of Western Shu. His merits and demerits could not escape the eyes of everyone. Li Yishan stayed at the tide-listening pavilion to advise the king of Bailiang on the strategy. However, looking at his complexion, he was also terminally ill, and did not look like someone who would live a long life. Indeed, when Western Shu was defeated, it was Li Yishan who proposed to kill anyone above the wheel, regardless of whether they were women or children. Until now, when Li Yishan was mentioned in Shu Prefecture, children would stop crying. How could such a person, who did not care about the virtues of the underworld, live a long life? Bai Hu asked, There's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask military advisor Li. Li Yishan nodded and smiled. Please speak. I'll tell you everything I know. Bai Huer was not a polite person to begin with. She asked directly. The king of Bailiang is recognized as a talented general who can only lead an army, not a talented general who can lead a general. During the Spring and Autumn War, the other three famous generals were rarely like the king of Bailiang, who always led the troops in every battle. The Battle of the Western Fortress was undoubtedly the most magnificent war in history. However, he still boldly handed over the command to Yu and Chen Jibao and personally led the elite cavalry to attack the enemy's den. Why can the Bailiang army only have the surname Su and not others? Li Yishan looked at the tide-listening lake, which was always quiet without any bait. He smiled gently and said, Zhao Guangling and I had argued about this before. Neither of us could convince the other. The answer does not lie with me. It lies with Su Xiao and Su Fengnian. Mr. Nangong can continue to look on coldly from the sidelines. It's a pity that Zhao Guangling was born in a chaotic era. Otherwise, he would have been a capable minister who could govern the world. He wouldn't be worse than Zhang Jiulu. At that time, the biggest disagreement between us was who would be in charge of the Bailiang army in the future. Would it be a descendant of the Su family or someone else? That's why I told Su Xiao that it was fortunate that Zhao Guangling died early. With his unyielding character and his hatred of evil, regardless of whether His Royal Highness was a real hedonist or a real foppish son, he was still an eyesore. As for me, I'm probably not as good as him when it comes to strategizing, but my temper is much better. That's why I've been able to live longer than him. Why else do you think Su Fengnian would send me wine every 2 to 3 days? That kid is very shrewd. Zhao Guangling doesn't like this kind of petty cleverness. On the contrary, I admire it. Furthermore, when he was a military counselor, he would personally attend to everything in the military tent. I'm more lazy, so I can see many things and know more about the crown prince's temperament. I watched that kid grow up. That time, because of the armored maidservant Zhao Yute, he angered the princess consort. She punished him by raising his arms and holding 2 books to reflect on his mistakes. How old is he? How long can he hold that? He insisted on not admitting his mistake, but he also didn't want to be lazy. He held one book on top of his head and the other in his mouth. His temperament is exactly the same as the princess consort's. Of course, this small matter doesn't mean anything. It's hard to say whether His Royal Highness will be able to inherit the position and take over the 300,000 steel cavalry. Bai Huer hesitated for a moment before asking, Aren't you worried about that little butcher? Li Yishan was afraid of the cold. Even during the summer, the cool breeze still blew in the tide-listening pavilion on Mount Qingliang. He hurriedly picked up the wine gourd and drank a mouthful to warm his stomach. Then he sighed and said, Su Xiao doesn't seem to be afraid, but I'm very afraid. Even an outsider like Mr. Nangong can see it. How can His Royal Highness and Chen Jibao, who are in confrontation with the authorities, not know? When I think of how Chen Jibao dragged Wu Xingyi Baikui's wife and daughter to death in front of the Western Wall, I can't help but be afraid. Perhaps you don't know, Chen Jibao's swordsmanship isn't bad. His most outstanding skill is his spear. Compared to Spear Immortal Wang Xiu, his master, he's on par with him. Chen Jibao's art of war has always been to succeed in one strike. Presumably, it's nothing more than this. Many things in the world are beyond one's control. Back then, didn't Zhao Guangling and I hint to our confidants that Su Xiao might as well rebel? Although Su Xiao can endure it, only God knows if Chen Jibao can. That person in the capital has spent a lot of time and effort on this for the past 10 years. To be honest, Mr. Nangong, it's not that Li Yuanying cherishes his life. It's just that I'm afraid the building will collapse. I'm sorry for the princess in white who plays the drum. Bai Huer's face seemed to be affected by Li Yishan's invisible murderous aura. Her mood was somewhat heavy. Li Yishan exhaled deeply. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He laughed and said, Today I came downstairs to tell Mr. Nangong these words from the bottom of my heart. I hope that Mr. Nangong will remember this faint friendship when you come out of the tide-listening pavilion. Fengnian's cleverness was carefully taught by me, a dying man. Mr. Nangong, please don't be angry at this guy's slyness. Since Fengnian's temperament is similar to that of the princess, he is naturally not bad. Bai Huer's face only nodded. Li Yishan, however, knew that it was enough. The man who had seen countless battles with his own eyes said in a trance, "It's a time of peace now." Not to mention the common people. Even some young generals can't imagine the magnificence of hundreds of thousands of soldiers fighting a fierce battle. Such a scene, although covered in bones, can still inspire countless men to advance dauntlessly. Baoyang is a good place. Horses galloping from the north are arrogant, and songs from the south are all dead. Although they are worried about the fall of the country, they are not mourning. I just don't know if I can see Fengnian leading an army and trampling the 13 provinces of Baimang in my life. The wind, the rain, the thunder, and the river are still incomparable to the hooves of the horses in Baoyang. Li Yishan turned and left the outer corridor with a smile. Bai Huer's face looked at the skinny back with mixed feelings. Bai Huer's face looked into the distance again and frowned. He seemed to be regretting that he did not agree to leave Liangzhou together. He was annoyed by this unprecedented emotion. He snorted and forced himself to suppress it. After calming down, Bai Huer's face narrowed his peach blossom eyes that were more beautiful than Su Fengnian's. He looked in the direction of the eastern sea and gritted his teeth. The second in the world? Chapter 231. Only one chapter for today. Hearing that the old god of swords was going to impart the two-sleeved green snake, Su Fengnian was shocked beyond words. Without waiting for him to react, Li Chungang coldly snorted and said, "Lend me the sword." The spring thunder at Su Fengnian's waist trembled incessantly. He subconsciously wanted to press down on the simple and unadorned short knife to prevent it from leaving its scabbard. The old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat sneered and said, "I'll let you experience the Wu family's sword mound's imperial sword ascending Mount Kunlun." How could Su Fengnian defeat the old god of swords who had been in seclusion under the tide-listening pavilion for so many years? The spring thunder was still guided by the old god of swords' finger, and leaped into the air. Li Chungang pressed down with his finger, and the spring thunder descended. With a twist of his finger, the spring thunder spun rapidly in front of him, and finally formed a circle of bright knife shadows without a blade. The old god of swords allowed the spring thunder to spin in circles in the air. He reached out and grabbed the handle of the knife. 2 streaks of green gang instantly exploded from the simple spring thunder blade like 2 mysterious green snakes. The old god of swords did not remind Su Fengnian to be careful. Using the knife as a sword, the sword aura was imposing and he chopped down at Su Fengnian who was pondering the imperial sword school. The sword aura roamed and instantly shot toward Su Fengnian's face. Last time on Mount Wudong, Su Fengnian fought against an imperial bodyguard of the Dongyue imperial family. That bladesman used a pair of wild brocade knives. What Su Fengnian valued and envied the most was that person's unique drawing knife technique. Seeing the green snakes surging toward him, Su Fengnian did not know how to understand that mysterious meaning. Since the green snake's sword aura was unavoidable, Su Fengnian drew his knife out of its scabbard in a flash. With one breath, he raised his knife to block the cold sword aura. Standing at the top of the slope, Su Fengnian was pushed to the waist of the slope by the 2 intertwined green snakes. Dust flew up from the ground. His Royal Highness sleeves and shoes were all destroyed. However, the old man with the sheepskin coat took advantage of his position to bully Su Fengnian. One sword after another, the sword aura grew stronger and the green gang became denser. Su Fengnian did not even have time to catch his breath. Fortunately, the 4th floor of the Grand Yellow Courtyard allowed 2 cheese to produce green lotuses. Together with the green snake out of the hole, he was forced to retreat from the waist of the mountain to the foot of the slope. The old god of swords narrowed his eyes as he stood at the top of the slope. He asked, "Your drawing of the blade is a small trick. If this old man is not wrong, this is the famous technique of the East Yu imperial family. It has never been written down in a secret manual, and is only passed down by word of mouth. How did you learn it, kid?" The qi in Su Fengnian's body was surging like a tidal wave. His Grand Yellow Courtyard had just stabilized, so he immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. He said bitterly, "I once saw a member of the East Yu imperial family use drawing of the blade once. You can say that I learned it secretly." The old god of swords nodded, and did not think much of it. He only smiled and asked, "Have you rested enough?" Su Fengnian made a prompt decision and said resolutely and decisively, "Not yet." The old god of swords was not a kind person. He laughed, and the green snake in his hand rose again with an even more ferocious momentum. It was not that Su Fengnian did not want to avoid the sharp edge, but that he could not escape at all. He could only use the most clumsy method to meet force with force. Fortunately, Li Chungang seemed to be holding back on purpose. Every time he attacked, he was not ruthless. Compared to the 300 Zhonglong sword forces on the official road, his aura was more like a soft knife cutting flesh. He probably wanted to see how many green lotuses the Grand Yellow Courtyard could produce. Su Fengnian gritted his teeth and sank his feet into the mud. He used the sword move covering armor imparted to him by his aunt to resist the green snake sword force. Unfortunately, the old god of swords' sword aura was so powerful that Xiao Dong could not bend any further under the pressure of layers of sword aura. With a bang, Su Fengnian and Xiao Dong flew backward. They tumbled a few times before they got up, and another green snake slithered over. Su Fengnian risked his life to change to the sword move from the flying sword of Dun Huang, to fight the enemy. When he was sent flying again, his mind was in a daze and he had a glimmer of understanding. The superior way of the sword was divided into the control of the sword, and the creation of the aura. It gave up the sword will, and sought the sword moves. Therefore, the sword tomb of the Wu family was the best. However, there was a flaw. The more profound a swordsman's cultivation was, the more he needed a divine weapon. For example, when Wu Luding left the tomb, he brought the Su of Gojoseon with him. As for the latter, the long sword itself was only a support. The aura of the sword was the way of the king. For example, when Li Chungang used the umbrella and the water droplets as his sword, he could already predict that everything in the world could be used as a sword. However, when he truly faced the green snake with 2 sleeves, Su Fengnian realized that the reason why Li Chungang was able to reach the peak of the way of the sword was because of the old god of swords' control of the sword and the creation of the aura of the sword. The green snake slithered in a seemingly straight line, but in reality, it could freely change its direction under the guidance of the qi. It was because of the exquisite control of the aura that it could create such a grand scene. The old god of swords held the spring thunder in his hand and slowly walked down the hill. "Kid, you're not dead yet." Su Fengnian's ferocity was aroused. He pretended to be fat and laughed. "Not yet." Again. Li Chungang dismissed it with a laugh and said softly, "The small injustice in the chest can be dispelled with wine. The great injustice in the world can only be dispelled with the sword. Kid Su, be it this old man's wooden horse ox, or the Su of Gojoseon that is now in Wu Liuding's hands, or the great Liang dragon sparrow that your mother used in the past, if you don't dare to think about leveling the world with one sword, how can you reach the realm of earth immortals if you don't even dare to think about it? When you get used to this old man's 2 sleeves green snake, you will naturally have your own spirit. Only then will the Great Yellow Court be your Great Yellow Court. When facing an enemy, you can't retreat before the battle. This principle that this old man taught you tonight is not inferior to the 2 sleeves green snake." Over at the 2 bonfires, only sword aura could be seen soaring into the sky near the hillside. Ningame was a little worried and wanted to lead a pair of white horses to keep an eye on it. However, he was stopped by the old Taoist priest Wei Shuyang with a smile. Ningame, who was slightly further away from the bonfire, asked Elder Mi in a low voice, "Zhenren, is that old senior the old god of swords Li?" The old Taoist priest, who was close to 70 years old, had a look of longing on his face. He seemed to remember the frivolous days when he imitated Li Qingdan and roamed the Jianghu. He stroked his beard and laughed. "Yes, it is the old god of swords. Now that I think about it, it is indeed like a dream. I didn't dare to imagine that I would be able to travel with this old senior in this life. How fortunate." Ningame had always been a shy and introverted person with a good temper in private. He smiled, as if he didn't know how to continue the topic. To him, Li Chungang was just a first-rate immortal on land that the older generation of Jianghu martial artists talked about. He was nothing more than a 100-year-old child with the face of a baby, who could travel 100 miles in an instant, and whose swordsmanship could look down on the world. Now that he had actually met him, he was somewhat unprepared. The old man's eating and sitting posture were really unconventional, especially when the old senior's sword, the wooden horse and ox, was broken by Wang Xianji of the martial emperor city. In addition, for some reason he only had one arm left. He really couldn't help but sigh. To Ningame, he had personally witnessed the green snake's sword aura being so irresistible. If he had both arms, what would it be like? However, how could one sleeve two green snakes? Wei Shuyang seemed to have seen through Ningame's thoughts. He shook his head and said, "General Ning, it's not that simple." Ningame didn't say anything. He then turned his head and saw His Royal Highness, who had changed into a new set of clothes at dusk, walking over in ragged clothes. The old god of swords was leisurely following behind with a faint smile on his face. Su Fengnian saw that there was still some distance between them and the bonfire. He smiled bitterly and said, "Old senior, you said you were going to teach me the green snake with two sleeves, but how could you teach me the way? From the beginning to the end, I was beaten up and couldn't even escape." Old Manly blew his beard and glared at him. He said, "Idiot, what's the point of telling you all those principles? This old man's famous unique skill isn't that easy to learn." Su Fengnian muttered, "I'm just lazy and don't feel like talking." The old god of swords laughed instead of getting angry. He chuckled and said, "That's true. The green snake with two sleeves is called two sleeves. Not to mention the sword intent, there are already 66 sword moves. If I were to explain them to you one by one, this old man would have to waste a lot of time and energy." Su Fengnian put on a pitiful expression that said, "I knew it." The old man laughed coldly and said, "Kid, don't complain that you're fat or thin after taking advantage of a lady. Take your time. When you can really break the green snake with one slash, you'll be considered to have reached a higher level in martial arts." Su Fengnian asked with a bitter face, "Old senior, do you mean to say that I'm going to be beaten up every day?" Li Chungang glanced at him and said, "Or else?" Su Fengnian immediately smiled flatteringly and said, "This is my great fortune. People in the world can't get this even if they burn incense and pray to Buddha." Li Chungang stared at His Royal Highness's face with a strange expression. Then he kicked Su Fengnian's buttocks and looked at his staggering back. He laughed and said, "Kid, you really look like a dog. How are your skills in bed? Why don't you get lost and practice with that Princess Jing'an?" Chapter 232. Su Fengnian, who had just been kicked, asked in confusion, "Practice?" The old god of swords sneered. "Otherwise, do you think you can use real swords and spears to train that Princess Jing'an? Are you willing to part with the Great Yellow Court?" Even someone as thick-skinned as Su Fengnian was still somewhat embarrassed, so he didn't continue to harp on this topic. He walked closer to the bonfire and sat down beside Yu Wei. Ningame walked over with one hand carrying some golden roasted meat, which dripped with oil. He handed one to His Royal Highness and one to the old god of swords. The famished Su Fengnian tore into the meat and joked, "General Ning, let's sit down together. Let's bask in the old god of swords' immortal aura." Ningame, who had removed his armor but was still carrying the short halberd on his back, sat down with a bashful smile on his face. This general of martial arts had a fierce appearance, but his voice and personality were the complete opposite. Su Fengnian looked at General Ning, who was eating elegantly, and laughed out loud for no reason. Everyone around the bonfire looked at each other. Su Fengnian asked Ningame in a soft voice, "When fighting on the battlefield, some great generals and fierce men like to shout things like, 'Give me your life, thief, or I'll take your dog's head.' General Ning, what should we do with your soft voice? I've been curious about this for some time now." Ningame's rough face reflected the light of the fire, so it was hard to tell if he was blushing. He scratched his head and laughed. "When I first became a colonel, I also wanted to learn from those brave and skillful seniors in the art of war, and shout in front of the battlefield. Later on, I fought side by side with the great general, and was the vanguard general to break through the enemy lines. As soon as I shouted something, the great general stopped me and scolded me harshly. He said, 'If you want to use a halberd, then use a halberd. What nonsense are you talking about?' Moreover, it was like a woman burping. The great general scolded me and told me not to embarrass the Bailiang army. After that, I didn't dare to shout in front of the battlefield anymore. If you want to kill, then kill. Just kill." "I knew you would be scolded badly by Su Xiao." Su Fengnian held his belly and laughed. His ragged appearance was no better than the beggar he had been 3 years ago. As he laughed, he swung the barbecued meat in his hand. "Princess Jing'an, who was not far away, looked a little absent-minded. Needless to say, King of Jing and Zhao Heng had always been high above the masses, spotless and sanctimonious. Even heir apparent, Zhao Sun, had always had a crafty style of not getting tired of eating good things and not getting tired of delicacies. From the large decorations in his room to the small jade pendant on his waist, all of them were treasures and had absolutely no fate with the word tacky. Su Fingyan glanced at Princess Pei, and then smiled at Li Chungang, who was wolfing down the food. "Old senior, how is General Ning's halberd skills? Can it be said to be at the point of perfection?" Hearing this, Ning Mei immediately became restless. As expected, the sharp-tongued old man with the sheepskin fur coat spat out a piece of bone and laughed. "Point of perfection? That empty-handed Wang Mingyin who stole the halberd should have already transcended mortality and become a saint. Why is he only ranked 11th in the world? You rascal, if you want this old man to teach this fellow halberd skills, just say it. Don't try to trick me." Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Old senior, please do not hesitate to teach me." The old god of swords said impatiently, "We'll talk about it when you're in the mood." Su Fingyan saw that Ning Mei, the big halberd, was only immersed in shock and surprise. He quietly stretched out his leg and kicked him. The latter's body trembled and he cupped his fists and said, "Ning Mei thanks the old god of swords." Old Man Li glared and said, "What old god of swords? Did you recognize Dong Tai as the new god of swords? As long as I haven't fought with this junior, this old man is still the god of swords of the Jianghu for the past 100 years. Ning Mei was terrified. How could he understand Li Chuangang's temperament? He could only look at His Royal Highness for help. Su Fingyan waved his hand and signaled Ning Mei to leave first. Just as he was about to smooth things over, he inadvertently saw the little mud man holding a book and wiping her tears. Her slender shoulders trembled. He stretched his head and vaguely saw the title of the book. He laughed involuntarily. It was Wang Chudong's The First Snow, but he did not know which volume she was at. Su Fingyan sat over and gently snatched the book. He glanced at it and looked at the pages. Jiang and I was already at the end. She was probably feeling sad because of the line, "May all lovers in the world be together." Without waiting for the little mud man to fly into a rage, he tactfully returned the book to her and teased, "It's all a fictional story. You can even cry after reading it? Countless infatuated men and women in the world have shed tens of thousands of caddies of tears for this book. You're nothing more." Jiang and I held the book The First Snow tightly with tears in her eyes. Choking with sobs, she scolded, "Do you think everyone has a heart of stone like you?" Li Chungang joined in the fun and said, "This old man had time to take a few glances. The love in the book is still okay, but this Wang Dongxiang's poem is really good. It follows the sages of the past and has a deep understanding of the essence of poetry. However, there are a few pieces that are not up to standard. I don't know who he learned this bad habit from, but there are large sections that are copied from the three mysteries of Laozhuang and Yi, especially some of the rare words peeled from the Buddhist scriptures. If this old man were to comment, he would be suffering from a Zen disease." However, after the Spring and Autumn War, hundreds of thousands of scholars fled Zen. Therefore, it can't be said that this Wang Dongxiang is not talented enough. He is just following the trend of the times. Suddenly, Su Fingyan and the old man tacitly stared at each other, making the people around them look at each other in dismay. These two fellows had strange smiles on their faces at the same time, but Li Chuangang's smile had a hint of regret. Both of them sighed at the same time. Even Jiang and I could not help but tidy up her emotions. She curiously muttered, "What happened to these two fellows?" Naturally, she did not know that the old god of swords' nickname, Li Qingdan, came from a poem that was gifted to him by a lady from a noble family. That lady was no different from Wang Dongxiang. At that time, she was also a prodigy, like a poet in the scholarly and literary world. However, the most brilliant poems in her life were all written for Li Chungang, whom she admired. Unfortunately, Li Chuangang's heart was undistracted. He was deeply in love with the way of the sword. When he was young, he did not care about love at all. Many women were sad because of this and could not rest in peace until they died. In this matter, how similar were Su Fingyan and Li Chungang. Chapter 233. The Sutra Pavilion of the two Zen temples contained countless classics. It was made up of 16 floors, but there were still many books that could not be stored. Although it was not a forbidden area, there was no place to burn incense. Pilgrims did not dare to walk around in this sacred land of Buddhism. Therefore, there were very few people in this area. Only a few monks came and went in a hurry, either to borrow books or to return books. Therefore, the group of 3 was particularly eye-catching today. A woman who looked like a young woman was holding the ear of a young monk, who was wearing a special monk robe. The young woman was nagging non-stop. The poor young monk was being held by the ear and scolded. When he saw the monks of the temple, he still had to bow and greet them politely. Among the monks, there was no lack of eminent monks of the Hui generation. They were all in their 60s. When they saw this young monk who often taught them, they would also respectfully put their palms together and salute. However, when the old monks saw this scene, they all looked down, as if they did not see anything. As for the younger monks of the temple, the more timid ones would blush and grin at the young woman and the girl behind the monk. The more courageous ones would stop and follow a few steps, calling her mistress. Most of them would try to worm their way into being friends with the girl of the same age. Unfortunately, the girl ignored them and was annoyed. She glared angrily and said, "Go away, who are you gathering so many bald heads to light up the lanterns for in broad daylight?" The young monks laughed and dispersed, not forgetting to sneak a few glances at the girl. The young woman who had been holding the young monk's ear said angrily, "Nanbei, you're really loyal. If I didn't ask my daughter to do it, how long would it take for you to give up your master? Tell me, why is your master hiding in the Sutra Pavilion? Which vixen at the foot of the mountain did he receive a love letter from this time?" The young monk who had no choice but to tiptoe said with a bitter face, "Mistress, I really didn't. Master is really studying the Buddhist scriptures. In the past few years, whenever the great abbot handed me a letter, I would quickly take the initiative to hand it over to mistress." The young woman laughed and said, "Bullsh *t. When was it not intercepted by something first? You 2 little brats peeking at it. What's there to see? Isn't it just a roundabout way of expressing admiration, adoration, and yearning? These women don't even know how to be shy. They're actually flirting with a monk." These 3 were, of course, Miss East-West, the little monk Zun Nanbei, and the famous tigress of the 2 Zen temples. "Mother, you even married a monk. Mother, you're married to a monk." The young woman was very amiable towards her daughter. She increased the strength she used to twist her daughter's ear. She turned her head and said softly, "Daughter, how can this be the same? If I don't go to hell, who will? It's enough for your father to harm one woman." Stupid North and South hurriedly expressed their loyalty and said, "Mistress is kind and virtuous." The young woman did not loosen her grip after listening to his flattery. Instead, she tightened her grip and snorted, "You're becoming more and more slippery like your master. You've gone down the mountain twice and now you know how to change your mind according to the wind? How could this be? Daughter, be careful in the future." The small monk wanted to cry but had no tears. It was over. He would probably have to eat half a bowl of rice for every meal for the next half a month. "Sigh, forget it. I'll just use the copper coins I saved to buy some nice clothes for East-West." When they arrived in front of a sutra building, the young woman finally let go of the small monk. She shouted angrily, not losing to the Buddhist lion's roar, "Li Xiaoxin." The small monk said timidly, "Mistress, Master said that monks don't talk about their names, nor do they talk about their longevity." The young woman ignored him and East-West said unhappily, "Shut up." As soon as the young woman finished shouting, a white-robed monk rushed out of the lofty pavilion with a swoosh. He came to the front of the young woman and said with a smile, "Wife, are you tired from walking? Can you give me a massage?" If an outsider was present, they would think that this woman had been rude and unreasonable along the way, and would definitely teach the white-robed monk a lesson. However, when she saw her man, she said softly, "I'm not tired. It's just that I haven't seen you for a few days and I miss you a little." The white-robed monk, whose real name was Li Xiaoxin, smiled intoxicatingly and did not speak. Since she was here, there was no Zen in the world. The East-West girl shook her head and walked away like an old man. The small monk, Nanbei, followed behind her and asked softly, "Going to play chess?" The young woman, who was thinking about which abbot to ask for fruits to satisfy her cravings, frowned and said, "Aren't you going to teach some old monks with the surname Sure?" The small monk looked at the hot weather, and the hair on East-West's temples sticking tightly to her cheeks. He felt a little distressed and said, "There's still 2 hours left. Do you want to find a place to cool off?" East-West said absent-mindedly, "Why hasn't Su Fingnian come to our temple to play?" The small monk smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. He volunteered, "Why don't I tell Master to let me go down the mountain to find Su Fingnian? Can I show him the way?" East-West did not speak. She just turned to look at this stupid Nanbei. Alas, a few years ago this stupid Nanbei was half a head shorter than her. How did he suddenly grow so much taller? She walked to a cool corridor under the eaves of a sutra pavilion, and sat on the railing. She held her chin and said, "Nanbei, you're so stupid. If I'm not by your side in the future, what will you do?" Nanbei had always been scolded as stupid by this family of 3. In fact, he was the one taking care of these 3 lazy guys. However, he was seriously thinking about this problem. His expression was even more serious than when the old monks in the temple asked him about the ambiguity of Buddhist scriptures. He seemed to have finally figured it out and smiled. "It's okay. As long as you're happy. Look at Master and his wife, they're so loving. You'll definitely be like them in the future. Don't worry, East-West, monks don't lie. I'm a man of my words. In the future, I'll definitely give you a box of the best and most expensive rouge. As for the saraira, I can probably afford it." East-West turned around and slapped the small monk's bald head. "Are you really going to burn the saraira after becoming Buddha? Aren't you stupid?" Nanbei smiled foolishly. He was quite stupid. Chapter 234. Inside the carriage, Su Fingnian and Princess Pei's chess game was a bit messy. Princess Pei's chess skills were originally on par with His Royal Highness's, but today, she had easily won 2 games in a row. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at his expressionless face. She wondered if it was because he was afraid of returning home? Was it because of the big sister, Su Jihu, who had stirred up a storm of criticism, and even shook the capital university? Princess Jing, and could be considered to be born into a wealthy family. She was used to the internal strife between brothers. There were very few families that were truly harmonious. Princess Pei had only heard rumors about the most famous widow in Gangnam-do. Not long ago, she had been slapped in the face by a woman from the neighboring Jiangxin county. This talented woman had created a saying that Su Jihu was a broken incense burner. The incense burner was porous, and was a metaphor for a slut. This saying had never appeared in any books. When the scholars of the 2 counties came back to their senses, they all slapped the table in praise. For a time, the saying of Su Jihu's incense burner in Gangnam-do became more and more popular. This was especially true for the noble ladies and young ladies of Gangnam-do who had always hated Su Jihu. They would talk about the incense burner every 3 sentences, which made them feel indescribably comfortable and satisfied. After Su Fingnian conceded, he didn't propose a rematch this time. Instead, he left the carriage and jumped onto a snow-white famous horse from the western regions. This fine horse was once the king of the wild horses on the border of Bailiang. It was undoubtedly the most outstanding heavy horse in the world. His Royal Highness said to the Lieutenant Yuan Meng, who was slowly riding behind him, "Tell General Ning that we will enter the city together." Yuan Meng's expression changed, and he secretly grinned. Under normal circumstances, the Bailiang battalion would maintain a distance of 1 li. Today, since His Royal Highness wanted to take a stance, he was naturally happy. As the leader of the 100 White Horse loyal followers, although he didn't insult the Bailiang army by fighting to the death in the Battle of the Reed Marshes in Qingzhou, His Royal Highness had shown such bravery. The Phoenix Battalion had only suffered heavy casualties and couldn't help much. It was always suspicious that they were of little help to the overall situation. During this period of time, Yuan Meng had been unhappy and wanted to vent his anger. Wasn't the opportunity now? Yuan Meng turned his horse around and quickly galloped away. He saw Ning Amei, whose arm had healed and was once again holding his halberd, and said in a deep voice, "General Ning, His Royal Highness has ordered that we enter the city together." Ning Amei, who was wearing heavy black armor, nodded. He pulled down his helmet and looked extraordinarily stern. He pointed his halberd at Yangchun City and suddenly squeezed the horse's belly. He led the Phoenix Battalion light cavalry to speed up and gallop forward. Dust flew everywhere. All the carriages and pedestrians on the official road heard the sound of the heavy cavalry and moved to the side with pale faces. They let the group of light cavalry pass by. Su Fengnian didn't stop at all in Xiangbao County. He galloped his horse and arrived 2 days earlier than expected at Yangchun City, which was known as the heart of the world. This city's earth veins were most suitable for the growth of peonies. Therefore, Wei Ziyao and Huang Chuchun were among the top 3 of the dynasty's top 10 peonies. Su Fengnian looked at the city walls that were getting taller and taller as they approached. He didn't say a word. The guards at the city gate and the merchants and commoners who were using the road to enter the city all looked at this white-robed young master. Good heavens, this horse was extraordinary. Was it a heavenly horse? Even the officials of Yangchun City didn't have such a mount, right? The experienced and knowledgeable guards had better eyesight than ordinary people. Just this horse alone was more imposing than those generals. If there was no mistake, this young master should be one of the top aristocratic families in Yangzhou. When they asked for the road pass according to the rules, they had to smile. If this young master was a generous person, it would be even better if he gave them some money as a reward. However, when the guards heard the thundering sound of cavalry and saw a group of unfamiliar riders with unknown banners charging toward them, their expressions immediately became serious. One of them hurriedly went to inform the city gate captain, while the others berated the common people to temporarily stop entering and leaving the city gate. The 6 or 7 city gate guards and other miscellaneous people all dodged to the foot of the city wall on both sides. Only then did they feel compelled by their duties to block the road with their spears, trembling with fear. Among them, a burly man from the Jiangnan Dao had the right to carry a saber. He took 2 steps forward. Under the scorching sun, he swallowed his saliva, moistening his dry throat that had been tossed around by the heavens. Just as he was about to shout, a halberd general among the cavalry, who was dressed very differently from the Yangzhou soldiers, rushed to the city gate. He placed his 80-gene halberd on the captain's shoulder. Without exerting much force, the captain, whose figure could not be considered weak, staggered. This foreign general, who was wearing black armor and riding a black horse, was like a killing god. He coldly said, "Get out of the way." The 2 trembling captains said in a trembling voice, "General, foreign troops entering the city need to show the tiger seal and the official document from the Ministry of War." Originally, there were only less than 10 generals in the Liang dynasty who had made meritorious contributions. Other than the 6 fixed military officer titles of Longxiang, Piaoqi, and Fugua, they were all second class. The rest of the generals who could be called general were even rarer. For example, Su Shao, who had just been stripped of his title as the pillar of the state, and Gu Jiantang, a famous general in the spring and autumn period who had been given the title of pillar of the state. However, outside of Beiliang, as long as one was a military officer above the 7th class, they would be happy to be called general by their subordinates in private. However, in public, it was easy to cause trouble if one openly called a general who did not have an official title. It could be seen that this small soldier from Hutting County was really afraid of this majestic general of unknown origin. Damn, how could he not be afraid? This guy was holding a halberd. The dynasty claimed that there were millions of soldiers who dared to use a halberd. How many people dared to use a halberd? Su Fengnian raised his head and glanced at the 3 words, Yangchun City, written in seal script on the city wall. He pursed his lips and rushed in. Chapter 235. The officer at the gate, who had just drunk half a jug of wine under the shade of a tree in the inner city, hurriedly ran over. Seeing this troublesome situation, his drunkenness completely dissipated. There was no need to think about forcefully stopping them. He only wanted to delay as much time as possible. When the government received the news, there would be no need for him to be stuck in the middle. He was just about to speak when an object flew through the air. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It stabbed into the stone floor in front of him with a loud bang. It was an extremely rare jet-black halberd in the army. If he took one more step forward, this halberd would pierce a large hole in his body. He was so scared that he stood there like a wooden chicken. In the time he was stunned, The young master in white robes on a white horse had already passed through the gate. Then, 2 carriages followed closely behind. The general in black armor rode slowly on his horse. When he passed by the officer, he pulled out his halberd. The light cavalry passed through the gate. More than 100 cold and beautiful standard knives were unsheathed. They shone dazzlingly through the gate. No one dared to move. It was not until the cavalry troop that trespassed the city gate of Yangchun City disappeared that everyone, who did not dare to breathe loudly, finally felt relieved. The common people near the city gate, who had their eyes opened, discussed animatedly, guessing which family's young master in their province would act so domineeringly. Since ancient times, Yangzhou had produced wealthy families. If it wasn't for the unjust war of the spring and autumn period that suppressed the limelight of Yangzhou's Jiangzhou group, the Green Party of Qingzhou, who had achieved success in recent years, would be nothing. In Gangnam-do, there was the Xiangzhou song of the previous dynasty, the Hutting Lu family of the 4th generation of the 3 dukes of the 4th generation, the Boi Yuan family of the 4th generation, and the Gumusu family of the 4th generation were all first-class families. After the country war led to the tragedy of 9 out of 10 families, these 4 families began to hide their strength and bide their time. However, Yangzhou, which was named after its great state, was far from what Qingzhou could compare to. Last year, there was a governor's son in Qingzhou who wanted to marry a crippled woman from the Yu family as his wife. He was rejected. The Yu family said that the governor's family was a poor family that didn't enter the ranks. If they married, what was the difference between them marrying animals? However, the county governor of Qing province, who had bitterly studied for a smooth career and became a high-ranking official of a region, was only resentful and did not refute this insult. The citizens of Yangchun City counted with their fingers for a long time, but they could not guess who this young master was. They had never heard of such a rude young master among the 4 major families of Gangnam-do. After entering the city, Xu Xiu urged her horse to catch up with His Royal Highness and said carefully, "Your Highness," Senior Li said he was hungry and wanted to eat something at the restaurant in front. Su Fingyan frowned and nodded. "All right. Xu Xiu, ask for the way to the Lu residence later." His Royal Highness and company dismounted and entered the restaurant, while the Phoenix Battalion stopped their horses by the roadside. The waiter of the restaurant was alert, so he quickly ran out of the restaurant to greet this group of distinguished guests. After being brought to the 2nd floor to take a seat, the business here was booming and the place was packed to the brim. He saw that the customers were divided into 2 groups. Those near the windows were craning their necks to look at the elite cavalry in the bustling city, while those further away from the windows were pricking up their ears to listen to the comments of the customers near the windows. Su Fingyan, the elderly god of swords, and the others had just sat down and asked the waiter to prepare some of the restaurant's signature dishes when they heard some whispers. There were 2 granaries in the world. The desolate northern Liang was the horse granary, while the Jiangnandao was the granary of the world, where the richest people in the world were the richest. In the last 100 years, the many commanderies of the Jiangnandao had produced a large number of scholars. Thus, the air of eloquence and the air of an advisor were extremely strong. In the eyes of the scholars of the Jiangnandao, there was nothing that they could not criticize and nothing that they could not comment on. Of the 30,000 students of the Imperial College in the capital, the ones who liked to point out the state the most were mostly from the Jiangnandao. Su Fingyan was expressionless as he waited for the dishes to be served. Xu Xiu had already asked for the location of the Lu residence in the lake pavilion. She bowed beside him and reported the details respectfully. Xu Xiu was a naturally beautiful and charming woman. She was the type of seductress that men would think of in bed with just a glance, especially now that she was bending over. The view in front of her chest was very aggressive, like a pair of inverted bamboo shoots that were about to burst out of her clothes. In addition to Xu Xiu, Su Fingyan also had Yu Wei, who was holding a white cat, and Princess Jing'an, whose face was covered by a veil but had a graceful figure. Such a feast for the eyes was rare in the world, and it made the diners on the 2nd floor drool. They immediately had a strong desire to show off, as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. The voices on the 2nd floor were much louder, as they only wanted to be remembered by these rare beauties. Not to mention getting intimate with them, just a few glances from them would be enough to make them ecstatic. Gangnam-do, which was full of noble families and nobles, had always advocated talkative and mysterious talks. The scholars and doctors all wore loose robes and wide belts, feather fans and silk headscarves, and wore crane robes. The air was very fragrant, and they did not even look at riding horses. They had to drive ox carts to show their status. Even the page boys had to pick those pale youths with red lips and white teeth. There were only a few young maidservants who were familiar with playing the zither and brewing tea, and they were too embarrassed to go out and greet their friends. The second floor was full of loud conversations, and it was very lively. I heard that in a few days, Baelyang's empty-bellied heir will come to our Hutting County to visit his eldest sister. This pair of siblings, one is ignorant and incompetent, the other is shameless. They really are a good match. If this widow's conduct wasn't improper, how could she have been scolded by Sir Qingjai's wife to be a two-legged incense burner? This saying is really too wonderful for words. That slap in the face was really good. I heard from some people at Baogua Temple that after this unrestrained widow was slapped, she still laughed. She really is a woman from Baelyang. You should lower your voice a bit. I heard that the empress who wrote the precepts for women wanted to support her niece, but after the one from Baelyang went to the capital, this empress ceased all activity. There's even news that she went to Changchun Palace. Humph, this world really makes me, a scholar, bitterly disappointed. No matter how much that boorish fellow covers the sky with one hand, how can he extend his hand to Gangnam-do? Wouldn't Grand Secretary Zhang chop off his claws? That's true. Grand Secretary Sir is indeed amazing, a role model for all scholars under the heavens. Sir Qingjai is a bit muddle-headed, but he doesn't neglect the greater good. Read that poem about breaking off ties. We should make a toast. These words aren't wrong, we should indeed make a toast. Come, let's drink. One of the people on the second floor suddenly stood up, arriving at the table where the discussion was the most heated. He drew his blade and hacked the table in half, calmly saying, "You want to drink, right? Today, I'll let you drink piss until you're full." Chapter 236. The middle-aged swordsman in green was about to make a move when his expression changed drastically. Without caring about etiquette, he grabbed his master's arm and hurriedly flew backward. They crashed through the wooden wall on the second floor and landed on the street. The young master asked gloomily, "Wang Meng, why are you doing this?" The swordsman replied as if he was facing a great enemy. Someone downstairs used chopsticks as swords and threw them. His sword intent has reached the first-grade realm. After the swordsman led him a few times into the alleyway, the young master elegantly folded his fan and patted the dust off his body. He smiled and said, "Little Sunny Spring City, there's such an expert? No wonder that guy with two sabers dared to be so impudent. Wang Meng, what grade is the expert downstairs at?" The swordsman's expression turned ugly as he said, "Perhaps higher than the Vajra realm. He already has some hints of the Finger Xian realm." Only then did the young master's expression turn serious. He snorted coldly and walked into the alleyway. After hesitating for a moment, he threw away the precious folding fan carved from ivory that was worth at least 1,000 taels of silver and said, "You dirted my fan. This debt must be properly settled. So what if you have a first-grade expert to rely on? I don't believe you can walk out of Yangzhou alive." Lu residence. Lu Xianlang, the clan brother of the current head of the Lu family, Lu Daolin, was sitting in the study with a gloomy expression. One of the female servants was standing and massaging his shoulders while the other was kneeling and massaging his legs. The weight of the massages was just right. The two beautiful female servants were actually a pair of twin lotuses on a stalk. Individually, the two sisters were already bright and moving. When they were together, they were even more alluring. Lu Xianlang was a famous talker in Yangzhou. The Lu family had a total of 6 people in their generation. Compared to the other large families of the same rank in Yangzhou, they were not very luxuriant. However, the Lu family could be said to have produced many talents. When the previous emperor toured Jiangnan, he had personally praised them. It was clear that the Lu family was a shining jewel. With one word from the emperor, the Lu family was established as the leader of Yangzhou. The head of the family, Lu Daolin, was now the right chancellor of the capital's imperial college. Lu Xianlang oversaw Yangzhou, where the family's foundation was. Back then, he had a battle of words with the scholars at the White Horse Temple and convinced them. Then he had a private visit to Jiangnan province with the old Grand Secretary on whether the 6 classics were history. The debate continued until the middle of the night. The debater who had confronted Lu Xianlang had not yet made a name for himself. Looking at it now, it was simply terrifying. Other than Huan Shu, who was now the left chancellor of the Imperial College, there was also the current Grand Secretary Zhang Julu. Lu Xuanlang's loftiness in the past could be seen. Now that he was old, although he could no longer do the open-minded behavior of spreading nudity and drinking wine in seclusion, he was still a half-saint scholar praised by everyone in Gangnam-do. However, what Lu Xianlang hated the most in his life was that he had married that widow. Not only had he caused the death of the son the family had placed high hopes on, he had also brought countless humiliation to the Lu family. In recent times, he had written letters to his brother, who had disregarded all opposition and strived to bring that wanton widow into the family, full of resentment and complaints. However, his brother was stubborn and refused to drive that woman out of the Lu family. Of the 4 major families in Yangzhou, the ranking was now Jiang Xinxuan, Bo Li Yuan, Hu Ting Lu and Gu Mu Su. Originally, with the Lu family's wealth and power, they were firmly ranked second. However, it was because of this wanton woman, who he had never treated as his daughter-in-law, that the Bo Li Yuan family's reputation overtook. Now the crown prince of Beiliang was coming to Yangzhou. Lu Xuanlang's resentment was mixed with the bitterness that was difficult to tell to others. How could the wife of the young man from Jiangxian County, Lu Lighting, have the ability to disturb the imperial concubine who wrote the admonition for women in the palace? There was an arrangement that he did not know. His original intention was to endure the pain and remove the black sheep from the family. He could no longer allow her to stir up trouble and ruin the reputation that the Lu family had painstakingly accumulated for dozens of generations. However, he did not expect that before the imperial concubine in the palace could do anything, he received shocking news that the imperial concubine had been banished to the Changchun Palace by His Majesty, and was completely banished into the cold palace. Lu Xianlang, who was holding a saint's classic in his hand, slammed the book on the table. The 2 maidservants were so frightened that their hands trembled, and they could not help but increase their strength. This caused Lu Xianlang, who was fond of eating stones when he was young, to feel a wave of pain. This great scholar used to take bait before. Today, not only in the summer, even in the winter, he had to eat ice to relieve his qi. Fortunately, compared to the other 3 families who had taken the 5 minerals powder, he was much better off. However, to the scholars of Gangnam-do, this was nothing. Lu Xianlang was in pain from taking the 5 minerals powder. He could grit his teeth and endure the pain. However, the lowly maidservants did not serve him well. They were immediately slapped in the face. A palm print appeared on their smooth cheeks. Only then did Lu Xuanlang's mood improve slightly. He signaled a maidservant to retrieve the book. Holding it in his hand, he coldly said, "Incense burner, what a fitting name." A cold snort came from the door. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" The 2 maidservants' faces were as white as snow, contrasting with the red palm print. Lu Xianlang waved his hand impatiently. They quickly bowed their heads and left. They did not even dare to call out their honorifics. They just kept their mouths shut and left. This was because that person did not like them to talk. If they spoke, it would dirty her ears. At the door stood an old woman who was no longer in her prime. Her expression was cold and gloomy. She had a face that did not have any good fortune to speak of. She looked gloomy. The old woman said in a strange tone, "When I came here, I met that B***tch. She even paid her respects to me. Lu Xianlang, only you can pick such a virtuous daughter-in-law. What a blessing." Lu Xianlang coldly said, "The eldest brother is the father. What can I do?" The old woman sneered. Her voice was like that of a ghost. "What an understatement. My son was killed because of your lack of understanding of the big picture." Lu Xianlang angrily said, "Quaner is still my son." The old woman sneered. "Lu Xianlang, you have a few sons. I only have Quan." Lu Xianlang dejectedly said, "I want to read." The old woman stared at the man who should have helped and respected each other. Her face was distorted. She turned around and said, "Lu Xianlang, Don't forget who my father is. Back then, you did not stop that widow from entering our house. This time, if you dare to let that little bastard surnamed Su into our house, I will not let you off." Lu Xianling waited for her to leave. He tore a Saint's classic in half and leaned against the chair, panting. The housekeeper hurried over and knocked on the door in a panic. He did not care about the usual etiquette. His lips were pale as he bent down and whispered a shocking news that shocked the whole city. After hearing it, Lu Xuanlong's expression was uncertain. His 10 fingers tightly grasped the chair. This famous scholar of Jiangnan, who had been praised by his late father for being calm in every major event, showed a hint of fear and muttered, "What should I do?" Chapter 237. For no reason, the Lu Manor closed the manor door in broad daylight. The servant girl nicknamed Xiao Er hurried back to the courtyard to tell the young lady this sensitive news. The most famous vixen widow in Gangnam-do was lying on the bed reading a novel about scholars and beauties. However, compared to the first snow, it was unbearable to look at. After hearing Xiao Er's report, she was absent-minded. She thought it would take at least 2 or 3 days for her brother to arrive in Yangchun City. She did not care about the Lu Manor's little tricks. She was not stupid. The family that Lu Lighting of Jiangxin County belonged to was only a second-rate aristocratic family in Yangzhou. How could they enter the eyes of the imperial palace? The marriage alliance between the Hu Pavilion Lu and the other 3 aristocratic families was complicated. It could not be said that they were bound together for good or ill. But it was true that they were bound together for good or ill. Without Lu Xuanlong's tacit approval, how could the imperial concubine from the palace be involved? Perhaps the mastermind behind the scenes was Lu Xianlang, the father-in-law in name. However, she was too lazy to care. No matter how Lu Qingquan died, she would have to take the blame for her husband's death. No matter how harsh and cold her parents-in-law were, she still performed all the etiquette that a daughter-in-law should have. As for often going to famous temples to listen to the debates of famous scholars and being silently criticized, she did not care about it. She liked to see those self-proclaimed distinguished scholars become as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood when they saw her enter a banquet. Thus, when she was slapped in the face by the wife surnamed Lu at Baogua Temple, she only laughed. God knows who pitied who. After marrying far away to Jiangnan, she could be said to have seen through these scholars. Most of them had their eyes above their heads and relied on the shadow of their ancestors to not make progress. They rested on their past achievements. The officials from Gangnam-do, for example, were completely different from the remonstrants in the north. They liked to pick on trivial matters to make life difficult for the emperor. They were not afraid of being flogged by the court, and were not afraid of being publicly humiliated. From time to time, they would make a scene of remonstrating to death. It felt like they were afraid that the emperor would not be angry or annoyed. They scrupulously adhered to orthodoxy, and were loyal to the law to the point of being paranoid. It was no wonder that many scholars said that officials from Gangnam-do were the most like officials. However, the Jiangnan Dao had indeed produced a small group of rather formidable characters. They were well versed in politics, and their methods were well practiced. They were able to govern the world and help the people. However, these civil and military officials who held authority in their hands had all left the Jiangnan Dao, like carps leaping over the Dragon Gate, and were never willing to return. They were not keen on talking about the profound, but no one could deny that it was these important officials who had truly propped up the Jiangnan Dao to flourish. If it was up to her, Lu Daolin, the head of the Lu family, who controlled half of the Imperial College, was one of them. The Minister of Personnel, Yu Lian, and the General of Dragon, Su Gong, were also one of them. As for Lu Xianlang and a large group of so-called famous scholars who were renowned in both the north and south of the Yangtze River, they lacked a lot of perspective. These old fellows only focused on the rise and fall of their clan's status. If they rose, they would be wild with joy. If they fell, it would be as if they had lost their parents. In their eyes, the martial artists who had made great contributions to the dynasty during the Spring and Autumn War were just crude and barbaric generals. When they said that they were a family of generals, they were far more derogatory than praising. In Gangnam-do, they were especially disliked. If she was just an ordinary daughter of a family of generals, her spine would have been broken by the moral gentleman. Fortunately, who was she? She was the eldest daughter of the butcher, Su Xiao. The servant girl who loved and loved her the most asked softly with a face full of anticipation, "Miss, when will His Royal Highness arrive at our Yangchun city?" The widow, Su Jihu, used a finger to scratch the little girl's beautiful face and teased, "Pinch your fingers and count. How many times have you asked in the past 2 days? Have you asked 10 times? The little girl blushed and said, "This servant is hoping that His Highness will help Miss vent her anger. Lu Lighting and that shrew are really too hateful." Su Jihu threw the book away and stretched. He smiled and said, "The latest would be the day after tomorrow. The last time my younger brother sent a letter, he had already arrived in Xiongbao County." The servant girl, Qiao Er, who had been bought by the widow for 10 taels of silver, laughed out loud. Her limpid eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. She cleverly said, "Compared to the second princess, His Highness still prefers Mississippi." Su Jihu hugged the girl's delicate body and rested his chin on her forehead. He laughed heartily and said, "You really know how to talk." Outside the Lu mansion, the second housekeeper, who had just understood what Lu Xianling meant, gave a look to the gatekeeper, whose status in Hutting County was comparable to that of a 6th-rank official. The gatekeeper hurriedly opened the side door, allowing only one person to enter and exit. The second housekeeper's surname was originally not Lu, but because of his loyalty, the Lu family bestowed him with the surname Lu. Don't underestimate this change of surname. In the era where the well-dressed gentry looked at the children of poor families as if they were dogs, it was already a great honor. The second housekeeper's name was now Lu Dongyang. For more than 10 generations, he had served the Lu family. The head housekeeper had followed the head of the Lu family to the capital. Lu Dongyang held great power in the Hutting County family, and had been influenced by the Lu family's simple and upright style. He liked to step on wooden poles, and wear crane cloaks with large sleeves in heavy snow. He claimed that in his life he liked to wear cold clothes, drink cold food and sleep cold. Therefore, the Hutting County gave him the elegant title of Mr. Forhan. He walked out of the side door alone, and saw a group of 45 elite light cavalry escorting the carriage. "You can give me the name card. I'll visit again when I have time." Captain Yuan Meng's face was gloomy, but he couldn't act rashly. His Royal Highness wasn't present, and after all, His Highness's closest daughter, Commandery Princess Chang, was living here. As for the Lu family's status in Gangnam-do and how powerful they were, would he care about these foul things? Probably seeing through the awkward situation of these Bailiang barbarians. The second housekeeper, Lu Dongyang, with the deep foundation of the Linlang Lu family, suddenly woke up from the shock when he first heard about the bloody deeds of these people. He was no longer afraid and sneered in his heart. 50 light cavalry dared to act so boldly in Hutting County. They really didn't know what was good for them. What kind of scholars were those unlucky scholars whose blood spilled on the scene in the restaurant? They were nothing more than low-class people in Hutting County. At most, they were the descendants of the Jianmen, or the officialdom. They were thousands of miles away from becoming a scholar. Did they really think that they could be domineering in Hutting County by killing a few low-class people? They had to lower their heads and beg the Lu mansion to bribe them. How could this group of barbarians be qualified to enter the Lu mansion? In the carriage, Princess Jing and Enpei Nanwei had been lifting the curtain and watching from the side. They were sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight with relish. Chapter 238. After Su Xiao, Gu Jiantang, and a few other vassals toppled the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period, the Liang dynasty vaguely formed 3 major clans. Gangnam-do was one of them. After the Liang dynasty destroyed the 8 kingdoms, it ordered a portion of the clans of the 8 kingdoms to move to the capital and form another group through marriage. There were also some clans who took the initiative to move north in the past 20 years. During the reign of Hong Jia, it was the most frequent. There were no less than 300,000 people. Thus, it was called the Gangnam-do northward migration. Most of them chose Gangnam-do, which was rich and far from the capital. This undoubtedly strengthened the strength of the 4 clans of Yangzhou. Under the influence of the current master, Lu Daolin, the number of talents the Lu clan absorbed was second only to the Yu clan. Naturally, the Lu clan had its own pride and confidence. If the guy who dared to stab a general of Qingzhou to death in front of Zhao Heng was here, there would be nothing to see in this undercurrent. Without a doubt, He would lead these brave and fearless white horse soldiers to crush them. But since he went to Jiangxin County, it would be interesting. If the Huding County government had a powerful general who did not fear the Bailiang army, it would be even more lively and interesting. Thinking of this, Princess Pei finally revealed a long-lost smile. Jiang and I, who was sitting in the same carriage, was dazed. This sister was really beautiful. The old god of swords, Li Chungang, lazily leaned against the carriage door and dozed off. He had made up his mind not to get involved in such family matters. At some point, Yu Yue stepped out of the carriage. Holding the white cat, Wu Meinyang, she stood at the bottom of the steps. She looked at the second housekeeper who had pretended to be someone else and said calmly, "Open the middle gate." Lu Dongyang sneered and pointed at the sign. Yu Yue turned her head to Yuan Meng sitting on a warhorse and said calmly, "Field Officer Yuan, the Lu clan of Huding County treated us with respect. Of course, we have to return the favor." Yuan Meng was puzzled. First of all, he was not clear about the relationship between His Highness and this beautiful courtesan. Since she was qualified to accompany His Highness out of Bailiang, she could not be too bad. Only an idiot would treat her as a famous courtesan. Secondly, the way she returned the gift was very particular. Therefore, he looked at the courtesan who had always given people a feeling of weakness, and waited for her to continue. If she only told the Phoenix Battalion to turn around and leave, he would definitely look down on her. Unexpectedly, Yu Yue sneered and said, "Stab this blind servant to death." Earlier, His Highness said that after killing him, the corpse must be left at the door. Now, it seems that there is no need to waste energy. We are only here to see Princess Chang. When the time comes, if Princess Chang says that it is not suitable without the main door, the Lu Manor can just install it. If Princess Chang doesn't agree, then kill whoever dares to make a move. Yuan Meng laughed heartily and cupped his fists as a sign of respect. Then he turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Draw your blade and return the gesture." Yu Yue hugged the charmingly naive white cat and turned to walk back to the carriage. The red-faced second steward was left behind, so angry that he couldn't speak. When he saw the Bailiang cavalry draw their blades, the fear that had just disappeared once again enveloped his body. Especially when he saw the fierce lieutenant jump up the steps, he was so scared that he immediately turned around and tried to run through the side door to ask for help. However, a person could not outrun a horse, let alone a Bailiang warhorse. When second steward Lu Dongyang stepped through the door, Yuan Meng's blade hacked down. He fell into a pool of blood and crawled forward with difficulty. This scene caused some of the servants in the manor to cry out in shock. Yuan Meng dismounted his horse and gave this Sir Sahan a heavy stab. Then he grabbed a leg and threw him out of the side door. His Royal Highness had told him before leaving that the corpse should be left at the door. Yuan Meng did not pay any attention to the Lu Manor servants who had scattered like birds and beasts. He stood at the door and gave the order, "Tear down the middle door." Princess Pei was stunned. She looked at Yu Yue, whose words and actions had always been as gentle as water, and was somewhat stunned. Jiangxin County Lu Manor. The Lu Manor was considered a family with good roots in Yangzhou. However, the nobles were also divided into different ranks. Compared to the four great clans, the difference was like heaven and earth. Lu Lighting, nicknamed Mr. Qingzhai, was currently comforting his wife. He was famous in Gangnam-do for his culinary skills. During this period of time, he did not care about the old adage that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Almost every day, he personally cooked for his wife and racked his brains to please her. Lu Lighting was tall and slender. In Gangnam-do, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He had an elegant appearance and was born into a noble family. This kind of man was naturally not lacking in romance. A few years ago, when he first met the widow at the White Horse Temple, he was attracted to her. So what if she was a widow? She was the eldest daughter of that butcher and looked so foxy and delicious. It seemed like water could be pinched out with a light pinch. However, although she had a bad reputation, and it seemed like anyone would climb into her bed for a night of pleasure, Lu Lighting, who was a womanizer, knew that this beautiful woman had a very cold temperament. This aroused Mr. Qingzhai's infinite desire to win. He tried his best to please her and could not wait to serve her like an empress. A few days ago, she finally relented. When they were admiring the peonies at Baogua Temple, She said that if he dared to divorce his wife, she would consider it. When Lu Lighting thought about it, he broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have been bewitched? He could not see through her cold temperament. This widow was clearly waiting to watch a show. Therefore, after he stirred up a big mess, his wife somehow got involved with a favored concubine in the palace. He could no longer care about his scholarly demeanor and face. He immediately wrote a poem to break off relations, and threw it outside the Lu manor. Fortunately, the widow's reputation had long been ruined. Who would stand on her side? Otherwise, the Lu manor would not have remained silent, and allowed him to splash dirty water. When Lu Lighting thought of this, he secretly rejoiced. It was a blessing in disguise. If she was not a widow who should be drowned in a pig cage, how could he know that his wife's family had incense burning in the imperial palace in the capital? This was something that could be heard all the way to the heavens. Lu Lighting rubbed his wife's shoulders and carefully asked with a smile, "Wife, why has there been no movement in the palace recently? Why hasn't that concubine sent an edict to Gangnam-do?" Wife Lu put on an indifferent attitude, but in reality, she could only pretend to be mysterious. Not to mention her, at first, even her family didn't know how to make the empress, who wrote the admonition for women, angry. Her father read by the light of a lamp, and flipped through the family tree before he vaguely found a very faint relationship. As for why the thunder was loud but the rain was small, suddenly there was no sound. With her family background, how could she know the truth? As for her husband by her side, how could she not know the fishy smell that could not be brought to light? However, since she was married, she could only vent all her anger on that wanton widow. In her opinion, that slap was not wrong at all. This kind of immoral widow who always wanted to seduce men from other families should be paraded through the streets. It was fine for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but could it be that you, a widow, wanted to have 3,000 male companions? She was afraid that her husband would continue to pester her about the concubine in the palace, so she could only coldly say, "It's late. Go to sleep." Lu Lighting glanced at his wife's appearance, and silently lamented in his heart. She really could not be compared to the heavenly beauty widow Su. Under the moonlight, outside the Lu manor, 50 brave light cavalry ignored the night curfew and forcefully entered the city, heading straight for the manor. The young master in the lead, wearing a white robe and riding a white horse, did not stop his horse. He urged his horse forward and pulled on the reins. The horse's hooves smashed down on the Lu manor's central gate, and stomped on it. After the horse stepped on the central gate, he urged his horse forward into the Lu manor. Chapter 239. The middle gate of a slightly larger mansion would not be opened often, especially for the Lu family, which had deep roots in the present age. Not every guest would open the middle gate. Not to mention the county chief of Hutting County. Even the governor of Yangzhou and other officials of the border might not have the qualification and honor to do so. The door could be said to be the face of a family. The Lu family was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were hundreds of officials, advisors, and servants. Although they had just sent the housekeeper, Lu Dongyang, to send away the group of people on the street, many people were secretly observing every move here. However, when the Bailiang's light cavalry opened the door, the Lu family did not send out any men of sacrifice. Only a middle-aged Confucian scholar with a pure yang scarf on his head and cloth shoes on his feet walked out. He was dressed simply and shabbily. Behind him was a young servant with a delicate temperament. He held an ancient sword in a black sandalwood scabbard wrapped in the skin of a southern sea shark. Unlike other famous swords, this sword did not have the slightest chill when it was sheathed. The middle-aged man looked at the housekeeper who had died in the courtyard and sighed softly. The door had been opened in an uproar. Lieutenant Yuan Meng and the Confucian scholar in the courtyard looked at each other. The middle-aged man from the Lu family bowed slightly and said indifferently, "Today, the Lu family did not treat guests well. As the housekeeper, Lu Dongyang should be punished, but not to the point of death. A return of gifts needs to be returned." Yuan Ming knew what was good, and was on guard. He held the Bailiang knife in his hand tightly. The murderous aura that was nurtured by battle formations was naturally different from the aura of Jianghu people. After the Confucian scholar who was not holding a book but a sword by his side bowed, he faced the drowsy old man in a sheepskin coat in the carriage in the distance. This time he bowed deeply and said, I am Lu Baijie from Hutting County. I received the ancient sword Bashio when I was 11, and have been practicing swordsmanship for 36 years. I would like to learn from Senior Li. When the old god of swords heard the two words Bashio, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at it. He nodded and said, "It is indeed Yang Yuzhang's sword." This old man was limited by his aptitude and his swordsmanship was mediocre, but his vision was not bad. When this old man fought with others, he would have a headache every time he saw this guy. However, Yang Yuzhang once said that he would not accept any disciples in this lifetime. How did you obtain the last sword from the Tangxi sword furnace? Lu Baijie, who introduced herself in front of Li Chungang and performed the etiquette of a junior, smiled and said, "It's probably because I was nicknamed Tangxi when I was young. I met my master by chance, and was given the Bashio sword and half of the sword manual. For 36 years, he had not dared to slack off for even a single day. His master held the old senior in high esteem. He said that the two-sleeved green snake could dominate the sword forest for 50 years. Junior has been longing for this for a long time. Today, I have the courage to draw my sword partly because I am forced to do so by my status as a disciple of the Lu family, but mostly because I want to sharpen the inferior swordsmanship that I have cultivated behind closed doors for 36 years. If I lose, I implore Senior not to take your anger out on the Lu family." The old man with the sheepskin fur coat said impatiently, "Your tone is exactly the same as Yang Yuzhang's. Why don't you try? If you only have the craftsmanship of Yang Yuzhang's swordsmanship and not the ingenuity of his swordsmanship, then you are not worthy of this old man taking action. Who the F***ck wants to make things difficult for you aristocratic families? Do you have nothing better to do? Swatting flies with a bamboo pole in a latrine pit, you will be splashed with feces no matter what." This old man did not believe in heresy back then, and suffered a great loss at the hands of Lame Su. At this point, the old man immediately shut his mouth. Exposing one's shortcomings was not Li Chuangong's usual style. Lu Baijie smiled and stretched out two fingers to gently stroke the scabbard. The famed Bashio sword was half unsheathed. At this moment, a familiar sound of footsteps came from behind. The woman called out, "Little uncle." Lu Baijie, the youngest and most leisurely of the Lu clan's glittering jewels 7 jades in the lake pavilion, had a sorrowful expression on his face. His fingers swiped back, and the Bashio ancient sword that had appeared in the world immediately returned to its scabbard. Everyone only caught a glimpse of a bright azure edge. Lu Baijie was the youngest son of the previous master of the Lu clan, Lu Xianhua. Compared to the current master's eldest son Lu Daolin, he was a full 20 years younger. Lu Baijie was born of a concubine. He was naturally intelligent, but he was indifferent to fame and fortune. He was not passionate about the three immortals of Confucianism, and was obsessed with the way of the sword. Until now, he had not married, so naturally he did not have any children. He rarely showed his face in the Lu clan. Among the influential members of the Lu clan, Lu Baijie was the only one who was truly close to the widow. He who did not have any children, largely regarded Su Jihu as half a daughter. If he had not secretly stifled the signs of many disasters, the Lu clan would have long been in chaos. Not to mention others, the woman whose father was the master of the Su clan had done too many dirty deeds. But he was apprehensive about her identity as his sister-in-law, and felt the pain of losing a child. Otherwise, Lu Baijie would not have allowed such a scandal to happen in the Lu clan. After such a big event as the removal of the center gate, which was enough to shock Yangzhou, Su Jihu, no matter how much he was restrained in the Lu clan, still received the news immediately. Only then did he confirm that his younger brother had arrived in Yangchun City. Other than him, who else could have done such a shocking thing? How could Su Jihu bear to blame him? However, the Lu clan was still her home in name. It would not be good to make things too tense, especially when her father-in-law, Lu Xianlang, was willing to do anything for the sake of his reputation. Which famous person would not cherish their reputation? She giggled at Lu Baijie and called out "little uncle" in a coquettish manner. In return, she received a helpless expression. Su Jihu did not exchange pleasantries with the few elders in the Lu clan who were easy to talk to. She ran out of the main door. All the valiant light cavalry dismounted and knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Beiliang's Phoenix Battalion pays respect to Princess Chang." Su Jihu ignored them, looking left and right. She did not see her younger brother's gentle smiling face that she had always dreamed of. She was immediately disappointed. The maidservant, Bluebird, could already walk with difficulty, but her complexion was still unsightly. Just as she was about to kneel, Su Jihu, who revealed a frightened expression but quickly concealed it, stepped forward to support her. Biting her lips, she asked in a low voice, "Where is Fengnian?" Bluebird replied softly, "His Highness went to Jiangxing County. He said he would rush back to Yangchun City overnight." Su Jihu stamped her foot. Her eyes were red as she muttered, "That idiot." She took a deep breath and said rather majestically, "Follow me into the Lu clan residence." If Lu Baijie, who was of the same generation as Lu Daolin and Lu Xianlang, did not stop her, who would dare to? Lu Baijie's illustrious identity as the son of a powerful family was there, but his other identity was even more intimidating. There was a special sword review that listed Lu Baijie of Huding County in Yangzhou. The review said that Lu Tongxi's swordsmanship was upright and vast. Although the name of the sword contained the word tyrannical, it was fully deserving of being called the Sword of the King. The Lu clan residence's courtyard was deep, and was a typical Jiangnan garden style. The size of the courtyard was not as large as the other 3 clan residences. However, the Sincerity Garden, which had hosted 6 emperors, was the most famous. The lake and rockery in the garden were created by the chief stone-folding master. One mountain, one peak exuding vitality. Every stone, every seam, was properly accounted for. It was praised by the late emperor as being unique in Jiangnan. It should be known that the gardens in Jiangnan were the best in the world. One could see the ingenuity of the Sincerity Garden. Su Jihu personally led the way. Along the way, he briefly and comprehensively explained the essence of the garden structure to Yu Yuwei. Lu Baijie and the sword attendant were at the back. Coincidentally, Li Chungang, Jiang Anai, and Princess Jing'an were at the back. Lu Baijie, who had not used her sword today, asked the old god of swords about some doubts in the art of swordsmanship. The old man had some good karma with half of the younger generation, Yang Yuzhang, so he did not put on airs. Although Lu Baijie's character was a typical aristocratic family, in the end, she was like the sword. She was not old-fashioned and constrained. Lu Baijie only glanced at Princess Pei from the corner of her eyes, and did not look at her again. Chapter 240. Su Jihu lived in the freehand garden in the northwest corner. The yard was not small, but there were pitifully few servant girls. It was slightly cold. The Phoenix Battalion, including Yuan Meng, were arranged to live in 2 yards not far from each other. At the gate of the yard, Lu Baijie bowed again before leaving. Entering the yard, Su Jihu had his personal servant girl Qiao Er bring some ice plum soup. After sitting down, he asked, "What happened on the road?" Bluebird truthfully reported everything that had happened at the reed marsh. Bluebird spoke calmly and tirelessly. The danger involved could not be described as simple twists and turns. Su Jihu's expression rose and fell. In the end, when he heard that His Royal Highness was safe and sound, he covered his chest and sighed heavily in relief. Su Jihu turned his head with a strange gaze to Pei Nanwei, who still had not been able to sit down. This unruly younger brother was really something. He even dared to steal a Wangfei. From afternoon to dusk, the freehand garden was calm. Su Jihu asked the girls about Su Fengnian, and especially liked to hear some embarrassing stories. Su Jihu did not have the good mood to be treated coldly by the Lu manner that was within reason. After a sumptuous dinner, a well-educated page came and lightly knocked on the door. He came from the smallest retreat garden in the Lu manor. Lu Baijie, who was regarded as a sword immortal by the people of Yangzhou, did not live there much. For most of the year, she took this page to travel and visit hermits. The one who opened the door was the servant girl Qiao Er. For some reason, the two of them did not see eye to eye. At this moment, it seemed that enemies would not meet unless they were enemies. Seeing Qiao Er, the page said coldly and stiffly, "My master wants to see your mistress." The atmosphere was already strange. After these words were said, it became even more awkward. Qiao Er huffed coldly and left after saying that she understood. Looking at her back with clear eyes, the page secretly revealed a thread of annoyance. Sitting in the pavilion by the lake, Lu Baijie smiled slightly and muttered to herself, The youth already knows the taste of worry. Su Jihu walked out of the garden and sat down in the pavilion. He said guiltily, I've troubled you this time. Sword Immortal Lu, who didn't have any of the bad habits of a noble family, but still had the backbone of a noble family's descendant, shook his head and said, It's not that I'm causing trouble for little uncle, but if I do that, it will be even more difficult for you to conduct yourself in the Lu estate. Su Jihu said indifferently, This is nothing. It's nothing more than a fake smile in front of me and a colder smile behind me. Lu Baijie sighed and said, Let's not talk about second steward Lu Dongyang first. His Highness the Crown Prince ordered his retainers to commit murder in the downtown area. No matter how bad their conduct was, they were still scholars from Hutting County. One of them was even a descendant of a servant. If the Crown Prince didn't dismiss him, little uncle could still go to elder brother and say a few words. Lu Manor would come forward to clean up this mess. At most, we'll just give some compensation to the families of the lesser concubines, as well as a few officials' salary. Anyone would have complaints about using money to buy their lives, but a proper official's position should be enough to shut their mouths. For such a troublesome matter, little uncle doesn't mind making an exception for you. But to tear down the central gate of the Lu estate and kill Lu Dongyang in front of the entire street of Hutting family, second brother cares about his face, and not adding insult to injury is already the limit of his patience. The Lu family has experienced ups and downs for hundreds of years, and has suffered a lot of humiliation. It's just that in the past 100 years, the bumpy days have gradually lessened. Today, we've been humiliated to this extent. I'm afraid even the master will be angry. Su Jihu was silent. Lu Baijie frowned and said, Jihu, at this time and place, there are only the two of us. Little uncle will speak frankly. As His Royal Highness' younger brother, how can you act without any regard for the consequences? Do you really not care about the opinions of those in the capital at all? You must know that no matter how powerful your father is, in the end, he still set up political opponents like Zhang Jiulu and Gu Jiantang, who are pillars of the dynasty. Moreover, he wants to push the 4 clans of Yangzhou to the enemy side of Bailiang. Because of you, Su Shufei was demoted to the Cold Palace. If it was His Majesty's idea, it would be fine. If it was His Majesty's idea, do you think the Su family will still have any friendship left in His Majesty's heart? Moreover, don't you know who Su Shufei is? These years, the Gumu Su family has spent almost all of their manpower and resources to pave the way for her. Now that they've suffered such a calamity, even if the Gumu Su family, who used to have a close relationship with the Lu family, will not be able to advance and retreat together like before. It's exactly the same as Quan Er's sudden death. You'll have to take the blame. Su Jihu raised his head and smiled. I'm used to it. Lu Baijie said bitterly. Oh, you. Su Jihu leaned against the red pillar and looked into the distance. He said softly, That younger brother of mine went to Jiangxing County to find trouble with that Lu lighting. Lu Baijie said in a low voice, Is he still going to cause trouble? Is he not afraid of being unable to clean up the mess? If someone with ulterior motives fan the flames, then it would not be just people fishing for fame that would jump out. Even the entire Jiangnandao would be in an uproar. After all these years, have you not seen through the so-called famous people of Jiangnandao who value fame more than life? I know, I've seen through it a long time ago. Qingzhou values benefits. Yangzhou values fame. Which Gangnam-do scholar doesn't admire my father-in-law's words? Even death is more important than Mount Tai? Su Jihu squinted his eyes and smiled. But this younger brother of mine, probably because my father is the king of Bailiang, he doesn't care about the things that many people would risk their lives to hold in their hands. However, he cares about the things that even poor people don't care about the most. Little uncle, if you tell him these very reasonable advice, he probably won't listen to it. Lu Baijie, who had the reputation of Tongshi Sword Fairy, sighed. If you stop him from entering the Lu residence, your future days will be easier. But if you really go and stop him, not to mention whether you can stop him or not, you'll be the first to fall out with me. Su Jihu laughed without caring about etiquette. Uncle, you're so pitiful as a sword fairy. Lu Baijie looked at his daughter's smiling face with some sadness in his eyes. Back then, the woman he admired also had such a natural smile. If he had been more resolute and talked less about morality and the overall situation, perhaps he wouldn't have had any regrets. How could there be so many ifs in the world? Lu Baijie closed his eyes. Not far away, the page boy and the servant girl were arguing. Would these two children also understand the unusualness of thinking it was normal at the time many years later? After Lu Baijie left, Su Jihu sat in the pavilion and waited until late at night. When His Royal Highness appeared outside the Lu residence, the white horse was dragging a cold corpse that had long been badly mutilated. Obviously, it had been dragged all the way from Jiangxing County to Huding County. Although Lu Baijie, who was guarding the door, had expected this, he still felt extremely shocked when he saw this scene. After Su Fengnian dismounted, he raised his head to look at Lu Baijie. Because of his elder sister, Su Jihu, he didn't have any ill feelings toward this Tang Shi sword fairy. He only saw Lu Baijie put one hand on the hilt of her sword and supported it with a Baxiu ancient sword. Su Fengnian said expressionlessly, "Is Mr. Tang Shi trying to sell me some benevolence and righteousness?" Lu Baijie snorted coldly and turned to leave. In addition to shock, he was also puzzled. How did the Crown Prince of Bailiang get so seriously injured? Su Jihu ran all the way, leaving the servant girl Qiao Er far behind. She rushed out of the Lu residence's gate and stopped very close. She smiled and said, "Ah, we've caused trouble again." She didn't notice that Su Fengnian's back was dripping with blood. When the horse dragged the corpse through the city gate, the assassin, like a gecko, stuck to the ceiling of the cave, waiting for an opportunity, struck and almost shattered his spine. But Su Fengnian just stared at her with red eyes and said softly, "Sister, let's go home, okay?" Chapter 241. In the Free Will Garden, Su Jihu's private room was filled with the stench of blood. Even the 3 purple smoke sandalwood furnaces that had been added with high-grade ambergris biscuits could not conceal the smell. Su Jihu's face was pale as he looked at Li Chenggang, who was taking Su Fengnian's pulse. His Royal Highness's upper body was naked as he lay on the bed. His spine was badly mangled. The old god of swords had a look of pity on his face. Su Jihu, who was not afraid of anything, was so scared that tears fell down his cheeks. He covered his mouth with both hands, not daring to cry out loud. Su Fengnian, who had just taken a stroll through the gates of hell, did not look like a dying person. Li Chenggang nodded and said, "He won't die." What a pity. If the hand knife had been an inch deeper, even De Luo Jinxian would not have been able to save him. Now it's just a superficial wound. Is it the young lady who killed Wang Mingyin? Su Fengnian's face was gloomy as he grunted. He brought his halberd Ning'e Mei, Wei Shuyang, and 50 light cavalry to Jiangxing County. From the beginning, he had agreed with the 2 retainers to lure the snake out of its hole. However, he did not expect that the lady who raised the big cat was so patient. On the way from Yangchun City to Jiangxing County and back, His Royal Highness had deliberately revealed so many flaws, but she did not take advantage of them. After entering the city gate, Su Fengnian had just breathed a sigh of relief when the assassin, who had been sticking to the dark wall like a gecko, gently dropped down. Fortunately, she did not seem to have expected that His Royal Highness was already on the 4th floor of the Great Yellow Courtyard. If it had been Su Fengnian in the reeds, his spine would have been shattered by her stab. However, after several failed assassinations, the embarrassed and angry girl immediately gave chase. Su Fengnian stepped on the side wall with the tip of his foot, and she followed closely behind. Just as she was about to deliver a second stab, Ning'e Mei's halberd had already been thrown out. Wei Shuyang's figure also swept away like a hawk, and the white horses all brought out their crossbows. Seeing that the situation was not good, she did not continue to fight. She slipped out of the inner gate, and her slender fingers dug into the wall like tofu. After a few leaps, she disappeared in an instant. When they were passing through the Xiongbao County, the horses were drinking water by the stream. She, who had been waiting for a long time, also made a move once. She rushed out from the bottom of the stream, but at that time, Li Chenggang was not far away. In an instant, Sword Qi rushed over, and did not give her a chance to get close. Everyone only saw this girl hiding in the water, disappearing like a fish. The dense rain of crossbows and short halberds were unable to hurt her in the slightest. She really was a bone cancer. Su Fengnian comforted her. "Sister, it's really all right." Su Jihu, who had put down the huge stone in her heart, wiped her tears and smiled. Pa. She fiercely slapped him on the butt. It's all right, it's all right. With your conduct, how can I sleep in the same bed as you and whisper to each other at night? Li Chuangong's expression was strange. He originally wanted to tease her, but after thinking about it he gave up. With Su Fengnian's narrow-mindedness, he would not dare to be angry with him. Perhaps he would vent his anger on Jiang Ni's head. Damn, everything has its vanquisher. This old man also had a day like this. There was no justice in the world. He reluctantly got up and left the fragrant boudoir. In the room, Bluebird and the servant girl Qiao Er also tactfully left. Only this pair of siblings who had been close since childhood remained. Although it was an external injury, the flesh was torn open and it was not good. Su Fengnian was just about to take a break when he felt that something was wrong. He was both helpless and resentful. Sister, why did you take off my pants? There's no injury there. Su Jihu did not have the perception and arrogance of an older sister. She sweetly said, Fengnian, I'm not at ease. It's better to take a look. There are no outsiders here. Why are you blushing? Su Fengnian reached out to protect his belt. He turned his head and angrily said, Sister, how old are you already? Don't be so shameless, okay? Su Jihu pretended to have a face full of hidden bitterness. If it was someone with a shallow cultivation, like those famous scholars in Gangnam-do, they would have lost their souls. But Su Fengnian had been with this older sister for many years. How could he not know her tricks? He didn't dare to loosen his grip at all, fearing that she would succeed. The siblings were in a stalemate. Su Fengnian begged for mercy. Sister, I'm begging you, okay? No one takes advantage of the situation and torments the injured like you. Su Jihu resentfully withdrew her hand. But she did not forget to slap his royal highnesses but again. She chuckled and said, Oh, very perky. It's good to practice the blade. This physique is very good. When your injury is healed, the fertile water should not be left to outsiders. You have to let me have some fun. Su Fengnian had a headache and said, If you continue like this, I'll go to my second sister's place tomorrow. Su Jihu leaned over, her charming face close to his royal highness. Her breath smelled like orchids. She snorted and said, You heartless fellow. Tell me, who in the family doted on you the most? Who wet the bed when you were young? And who secretly washed your quilt? Now you're turning your back on me? Su Fengnian turned his head to look at this dignified and virtuous face. It was difficult for outsiders to see it. He said softly, Sister, why don't you come home with me? Su Jihu squatted at the head of the bed. She rested her chin on her hand and stared at her younger brother, who had just entered Yangchun and started a massacre. She said gently, This is sister's home. A married daughter is like spilled water. Why else would there be the saying spilled water can't be recovered? Even if sister goes back to Bailiang, it's only to visit family, not to go home. Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Su Jihu reached out and stroked this fellow who didn't hesitate to make enemies in Gangnam-do for her. After looking at him for so many years, she still couldn't get tired of looking at him. She said softly, My youngest uncle, that Tongshi sword immortal Lu Baijie, said that you're going against the tide and won't amount to anything. This is because he doesn't know how much Fengnian likes sister. Of course, sister knows how much your heart aches. You killed those boring scholars in the city and went to Jiangxin County to drag Lu Lighting to death to Hutting County. Other than wanting to avenge sister, you also want to force sister out of Gangnam-do so that I can go back to Bailiang with you. Am I right? You fool, I'm still your sister no matter where I am. If I really go back to Bailiang, will I be happy? In the future, when your second sister goes back from Shangyin Academy, she'll be jealous of you every day. I can't win against her when it comes to reasoning, so I don't want to suffer this. This time you came to see sister first. She's not happy even when you call her second sister. She'll be furious. Su Fengnian snorted in a fit of pique. Su Jihu reached out and pinched this increasingly angular face. She said with a smile, You're becoming more and more attractive, but you're still a child. Su Fengnian was just about to speak when Su Jihu waved her hand and said, Go to sleep. Don't chase sister away. I'll take a good look at you. Su Fengnian fell into a deep sleep.